Fuck.
Hostile CUAV detected. Friendly tactical
He's there with the
beacon
shield.
online.
He gets a shield like every fucking 5 seconds, dude.
Good
That
fight.
shield takes like 30 minutes to come back. Only kid that went positive on the entire team.
Assault pack right here.
Oh, fuck me! Okay. Woo! Woo! Oh!
Nice shot. We gotta move up a little bit. Is that down him or kill him?
Well, that killed that guy. Oh, I guess I killed both of them.
Rotate to the brick buildings.
Keep rotating up.
Yeah, take this hill. Hit him once.
Eat shit. Eat shit.
And twice.
Eat shit!
Fuck it. No.
Shit once and for all.
Oh, so he's a repatriate too, huh?
So, no BTs, no void outs, no bullshit.
Where's my gun?
Old-fashioned boss fight.
Good old-fashioned boss fight.
Gun versus Strand. One more ending before the end. What?
It's back in the deli. I've already got one.
Sit rep. Circle collapse imminent. Get to safety.
Where's that other backpack at you were talking about?
Inside the crack house. I want to say in the bottom.
It's funny, you say crack house and I know exactly what you're talking about.
Come on, man. There is no mist.
Oh! Wow! 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 That takes so many grenades, dude.
Got him. He's down.
Eat shit, bitch.
There you go.
You regretted
There's
that.
a headshot too.
Now there's a
Like,
guy on your left. Look down the left. Oh, hold up. Hold up. He's gonna be easier. He's down. Ooh, don't let him live. Don't let him live. Oh, that's beautiful.
Bitch!
As well.
I need a sight for...
Though I need to update my card because I got a new one. Damn, I had to get a new one.
Holy fuck, you guys are moving. I was not paying attention.
Vehicle coming up behind?
What's up then?
Vehicle coming up behind?
Get him, Gerb.
He's alone.
Oh!
You disgusting man.
Like, tell me how funny that shit is. Hey, is that a raiding party right there? Fuck yeah, let's go. What the fuck? To my left.
We work in the dark to serve the light. Welcome to Grimster's Hideout.
What is up? Damn it, give me just a second. Anyway, what is up? How you guys doing? What's going on? Good morning. I was getting a phone call and didn't realize it, and now the phone call's gone, so... Yeah, anyway, Tyranny, episode 3. That's where we're starting today. There's a lot of reading in this one, so it's kind of like... I ended about an hour early yesterday because I was hungry and my throat was starting to dry out, so yeah, anyway. So we're done today. Tyranny, episode 3. Let's get it. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Alright, so yeah, we're in a city right now. We're in, Sunrise District. Sunrise Falls, Sunrise Spire, Moonrise Falls, Melita.
On it. I'll take a look. How hard could it be?
Alright, so I don't want to quite go in there just yet. I haven't gone down in here, so we will go see what's up with that. There's a bunch of different people to talk to, a bunch of things to loot. Just a bunch of different shit to do. Bunch of stuff to do. Oh, Mr. Sophia, huh? Ah, I know what this is. She's gonna say, you can purchase. What a pleasure it is to see you in my establishment, Fatebinder. It is always an honor to entertain someone of your standing at Lethian's mistress. If you have need of entertainment or company for a short time, then we look forward to fulfilling those needs. Yeah, no thanks. Yeah, no spanks. No spanks. It's kind of funny. You guys see this, but my mic is actually here. Oh. Apparently I didn't loot this, whatever the hell it is. What does it say? Step closer? Greetings and salutations. And welcome to Lethian's Crossing, home of the best merchant in the entirety of Tears. That would be me. Can you tell me anything about this seal? I found it in Vendrian's well. Let's take a look. Where'd you get that? Came from a merchant caravan that was ransacked. Suspected as much. So far off the normal trading route, but why there? Why then? Why now? Maybe you could start by telling me about the merchants. Of course, the sigil belongs to the Handover Quill Merchant Company. What can you tell me about... Okay, tell me more about the Handover Quill. They were once a powerful trade organization that, well... Let's just say that you didn't want to get between them and a contract. Well, with Tunon's new law in the Bastard City, the Quill slunk into the shadows of Kairos' authority, trying to keep a lower profile. If you're involved in any of their dealings, stay far away. Shipment of iron and weapons went missing. It was found with this seal in a house in Echo Call Crossing. Suspicious, I agree, but war always has its little problems. It doesn't add up. Now, if I can return to the subject of my wares. The weapons were meant for the disfavored, and the Venturing Guard suddenly had iron weapons. The Venturing Guard? Well, this changes things, I suppose. Changes things? What does the Handover Quill have to do with the Venturing Guard? First things first. This will come at a price. If something unfortunate took place, and my connection were traced back to me, the consequences would be costly. Have you considered that shaking me down would be even more costly? No, I suppose not. You can make my life far more difficult in the long run, can't you? If you breathe a word of this to anyone, I will denounce you for the liar that you are, but I received instructions from Fifth Eye to use Handover Quill to deliver iron weapons to Vendrian's Well, Citadel. I don't question my orders. I just follow through. I don't know anything else, and that's the truth. I'd like to see your wares. Alright. So, ooh. Damn. So, I could get the Bronze Spear. Staff of Enigma. Kinda want this fucking heavy bronze armor, though. mon-thu of Mirrors. Spell Reflection. This cloak doesn't protect the elements, but reflective fabric bends light and strange angles. Reflect 20% of hostile spells. Whoa, what the fuck? %10 will defense. Okay. Sigil of Illusions core. I already know that. I already know that. Does not have enough lore. And does not have enough lore. I don't have enough money for the shit that they have. Two-handed exquisite. Devastating. Rejuvenating. Is this a fucking staff? Damn, that bad boy costs 1 iron and 55 copper. Or bronze. I think that's a staff. No, it's not a staff. It is a mace. Yes, it's a mace.
See that?
What is that? Frozen burst, huh? Let's see. Frozen shackles are an impediment made for short-term prisoners. Cold air and volatile magic in their forging are intended as deterrents for notable cruel guards. When critically hit. Frozen burst when critically hit. Damage 20 to 30 frost. Okay. I will just go and sell those. Now technically I can afford all that shit, but we still don't want to. Well, there's another merchant.
Can't do that.
Investigate this item. Wait, what? Evidence against Graven Ash. All uncovered evidence will be listed here. The disfavored attempt to bribe you to get iron weapons during conquest. Evidence against the voices of Nerit. All uncovered evidence. The voices of Nerit was using Harkian bronze to funnel weapons to the Vendrian Guard. Disfavored general has regrouped forces. Okay, wait, what? Please leave me be. Please leave me be. Please leave me be. I'm on duty. Speak with someone else. Oh my god. Okay. I'm on duty. Speak with someone else. My duty awaits. What about this fucker? Settler. It's a fine day, as long as you don't think about the armies beyond the horizon. Alright. That dude's armor looks cool. Oathbound. Yeah, before I purchase anything else, I am going to... There's a settler. Ooh.
Sorry. Can't.
Anyway, before I purchase anything else, I'm going to literally loot the entire city, so that I can figure out what's going on. Anyway, so I can sell stuff and stuff like that. Oh. Okay. Ooh.
That wasn't so hard.
Phaedra and Daya. A bright-faced woman greets you as you approach. Welcome to Lethian's Crossing, Wanderer. My name is Phaedra. And this is my beautiful wife, Daya. She indicates a stone-faced blonde woman standing next to her who holds up her hand in greeting. What brings you to town? Is there anything I can help you with? What can you tell me about Lethian's Crossing? I've lived here most of my life, but honestly, I'm not sure there's much to say. She looks contemplative. We're a center for trade and a waypoint for travelers. The walls are a little scary, but you get used to them over time. She looks at Daya. What about you, dear? Daya shrugs, her expression never changing. What is there to say? The town is all right, but living under the thumb of an occupying force makes it hard to truly relax. Phaedra puts her hand on Daya's shoulder, and Daya sighs. Sorry we couldn't be more help. You haven't always lived here? Several years before Kairos' invasion, I moved away from Lethian's Crossing. Being the granddaughter of Lethian came with a responsibility I wasn't ready for. I met Daya in the Bastard City and decided to stay for a while. We were living in the Bastard City when we heard about Kairos' force moving to the Tiers, so we took that as our motivation to move. And I think we got out of there just at the right time. We traveled a bit with a couple of caravans, but nothing really seemed like home until I returned to Lethian's Crossing. You never realize how much you can miss a place until you've been away for a while. She wraps her arms around Daya and squeezes. But I could live anywhere as long as this one is with me. It's true that trade hasn't been as vibrant here recently, but I'm sure it's simply a temporary setback. The merchants will sing and dance for you, trying to convince you their suppliers are unaffected, but everyone is feeling it. I have faith the world will set itself right soon. People call me a fool, but don't see the benefit in bemoaning your fate. You take what life hands you and make it work. So you're Lethian's granddaughter. One of many, I suspect. But I'm the only one anyone knows about. And before you ask, no. Eldian is not my father. Maybe you haven't heard. But my grandmother wasn't exactly the settling down type. How do you feel about the disfavored? I don't have an issue with them. Their curfew may be a bit strict, and it gets hard to keep track of every rule they invent and all the regulations they've enacted. Otherwise, they've left us alone to live our lives. Anything is better than having the Brotherhood, Daya exclaims. Give me 100 rules for every Brotherhood member driven from this town. Thank you for your time. Anytime, traveler. If you need anything else, just let me know. Alright. So yeah, nobody liked the Brotherhood, and I fucked the Brotherhood up, so that was fine. I mean, it's all good. It's all well and good. Like, fuck them. I went ahead and fought them. They weren't letting me through, so I was not going to let that stand. You don't tell me where I can't go. Alright, so let's see. I see you there, dude. Biotis is your name. Biotis. Biotis. Oh, okay. Okay. Subterfuge. Plans, Headhunter. New Spire Forge plan available. Headhunter can be created with access to Spire Forge.
That wasn't so hard.
Forge Bound Hammer. This is fucking cool. Okay, so these worn iron weapons look as if they had been recently repaired and are ready to be shipped back out. Alright, so Ulantis, Master of Casting. Ulantis surveys the room with an air of superiority. He addresses you without making eye contact. Is there something you want? Is there a problem? His eyes carefully watch Lahara as he answers you. Yes, but these are forge-bound matters. Nothing that concerns the High Court of Tunon, I can assure you. What do you do here in the forge? I keep things running smoothly. Upkeep mostly. He smiles coyly. I'm also second in command to Lahara, so in case anything ever happens to her, I'm here to take charge. If you need anything, speak to Lahara. She's the one in charge. There's a bunch of apprentices. Alright, Lahara. Lahara, Master of Tempering. A muscular woman stands upright from her forge and turns to look at you. The light of the fire playing across her eyes, making her eyes dance dangerously. A toothy smile breaks across her mouth, the only bright spot on her soot-stained face. Do you kill with your left hand or your right? She rubs blackened palms together, eyeing you expectantly. Normally I can tell at a glance, but you're a little harder to read. Why would you like to know? The gauntlet is the hardest piece of the panoply and the most rewarding to work. So many scales of so many different sizes. Then there's the rivets. She slides her thumb and fingers together, shedding flecks of soot and iron dust. I imagine you see a lot of battle in your line of work. One gauntlet is invariably going to wear out before the other. My mind is always thinking on what will need repairs first. It's as simple as that. So that's how they say hello in your... I'm just going to say my right hand. Noted. She clears her throat and wipes her blackened hands on the canvas in her smock. I'm Lahora, Master of Tempering, the Forge and Forge Master of Lethian's Crossing. My tasks exceed the hours left in the day, but there is no harm in pausing my work if it means speaking with the Fatebinder. You've gained favor with the Forgebound. Nice. Let's see. I wanted to thank you personally for the help you gave to the Forgebound when you visited the crossing before. The workers provided us The production of iron arms and armor in Lethian's Crossing needed to increase, and as governor, the decision of how to handle it fell to you. Drawing on your authority, you took the conscripts from the Scarlet Chorus and repurposed them to hauling wagons of ore for the Forgebound. Yeah, that was one of my things. We're a great boon. We're grateful to you for it. Forgebound gained major favor. You've gained favor with the Forgebound. I must say, denying both the disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus of extra weapons was pretty brave of you. I expected the Chorus to offer a bribe, but the disfavored? If they would stoop to those tactics, who knows what else they're capable of. So essentially, in the pregame, like this is going back to everything that happened in the pregame. Both of them tried to bribe me, and I told both of them no. How may I be of assistance? Tell me about Lethian's Crossing. I don't see much of it, only this. She points to the roof and walls of the forge. Lethian and her merchant crew settled this area a while back. The brave fools built bridges over the old walls and made themselves a crossroads trading post. Real pioneer spirit stuff. The whole place might have been ignored by Kairos' forces, except somebody discovered there's iron everywhere. Can't wash your clothes in the river without them coming out rust-tinged. So the iron made Lethian's Crossing important enough for Kairos to want it for himself. It made good sense to move some of us Forgebound here to Lethian's Crossing. Easier to put us near the iron instead of shipping it over mountains. That, and this is a crossroads. We can resupply our allies faster than ever from our new workshop. Tell me about the Forgebound. For centuries, my guild has sought the union of magical and manual perfection, while others concern themselves with the arcane for the sake of inordinate power. We study to overcome the traditional limits of our arts and crafts. The forge is our dominant concentration of study, but not all Forgebound work metal. Some are weavers, carpenters, and one of our otter members fancies himself a chef. What? The wise and mighty Kairos has been kind to our guild. He offered to put our weapons and armor in the hands of those who could change the world. Broad smile overcomes her face. And he has been true to his words. Forgebound iron has trampled the tears, and all that opposite Kairos' forces rest their heads on Forgebound spears. What can you tell me about the Forgebound master? Zdinia is the best leader I've had the pleasure of working under. She guides the Forgebound with a steady yet stern hand, guaranteeing all of our work is the utmost quality and peerless in every regard. I'm Zdinia's second, which is why I'm the Forge Master for Lethian's Crossing. She points at Ulantis. He is my second. Should anything happen to me, I haven't worked with him long, so I don't know much about him or the true long-lasting quality of his work. But he was appointed by Zdinia, so he must be good at what he does. Can you make me something magical? No. She smiles and shakes her head, but almost everyone asks. Relics of arcane power must grow into themselves. They are never made from nothing. She points her finger in the air and smiles. But what I can do is use my magic to swing my hammer with perfect precision, or work a cantrip to handle molten metal with my bare hands. We can build artifacts of exceeding quality and refinement, but they must be used in great deeds to grow into relics of power. And that is why we seek to put the works of our forges into the hands of the greats. True legends require the alliance of sword maker and sword master. Why make weapons if you could kill your foes with magic? Why walk if you could pay porters to carry you? She shakes her head with the huff. We have ways to protect ourselves from those who would abuse us, but we study the arcane for purposes of building, not destroying. We leave that to others. They can take our implements and use them to sow chaos if they choose. I would rather take chaos and force order onto it. Okay, hold on. Okay, how exactly does your magic help you make things? Our most important rituals bind the crafter, tools, and materials into one entity. She cracks a nervous smile. Close enough. In my own work, the forge bind draws the whole of my senses to the edge of the blade I'm tempering. I can see the tiniest notch or touch my finger to the blade and feel the razor sharpness without breaking my skin. Such perfect execution of art has its cost, of course. Once heart and lungs become linked to flame and hammer, a dropped hammer could lead to a stopped heart. Most of our members die in the throes of their work, killed by a distraction or simple error. We lose a lot of apprentices. Let's speak of something else. Tell me about the disfavored. The disfavored have treated us as honored guests. We are given privacy, autonomy, food, and protection. In return, we give them the best iron in the tiers, and they put it to use. She shrugs, a favorable agreement. But I'm no fool that I read too much into the kindness. We are a war resource and exist only because we feed their insatiable need for quality iron. Can you make something for me? Can, she lifts an eyebrow. Most certainly. Will, well, Kairos invented cues for a reason. She lets slip a sigh. I have every Iron Walker and every Scarlet Chorus ringleader sending me bribes and flattery in hopes that I will work off schedule and make them some special, this, one of a kind, that. I did not realize the request was so thoughtless. My apologies. I get unreasonable demands every day. But it's not the volume, it's the purpose. She lowers her voice to a near whisper and steps closer to you. I do resent that Kairos' demands reduce our work to mere quotas. I should be allowed to customize my work for every soldier. Only apprentices have anything to learn from making the same size helmet again and again. Forget I asked. That I will. Are you well? You look weary. Ecstatic. Her voice is a matter of fact and a smile creeps in. The ritual of the forge links heart to hammer. My blood beats only when I strike my ingot. My forge runs too hot if my breath becomes too hurried. The bond is both fatiguing and exhilarating. Couldn't that kill you? I should hope so. She laughs, her face blushing the color of molten metal. Better than being defiled and killed by brigands, poisoned by grain rot, or slain by childbirth. Would not a soldier wish to die in combat? Is that how you excel at your craft? Well, that in practice. But yes, the rituals link the senses to the materials and the body to the tools. My hand becomes a joint, the hammer the true end of my arm. I feel the heat of the forge as if it were the weather of the room. Under such circumstances, true focus can emerge. Fascinating. All right. Oh shit, reputation ability. Oh shit, look at that. Ignore the elements. Dude, I immediately get like reputation stuff with them because of my choices. That was amazing. Okay, so what do we have? Biotis. Welcome, friend. What brings you to my humble trading post? I have something in mind, or just browsing? Show me what you have for sale. Most certainly, have a look. Okay, so literally everyone here will sell shit. Forge-bound hammer, huh? I wonder if the merchant's bracers are better for him. Let's see. No. Forge Bound Apprentice armor. And it is heavy armor. I get 3 extra armor, 8 slash and shock, and 11 fire and arcane. Versus... That's 35. Okay, hold on. Let's go ahead and do this. We'll do that. We'll do that. Sigil of Fire Core. Okay, so let's trade that. That's gonna go on to me. I have 65 left. I can do the volcanic weapon. I mean, can I actually use it? Yes. And fire. And that's gonna cost 52, which is gonna be fucking expensive. Alright. And learn. Learn. Let's go to spells. And we have a fire core. Focused intent or distant impact. So that's fireball, dude. And it requires 30. Okay, hold on. Let's get rid of I really like False Pit. I like Concussive Bolt too. Alright, hold on. Alright, so what is this one? Spectral Blur. Concussive Bolt. You cannot view, modify, or Titan's Touch until you learn Sigil of Vigor. Okay, and then Restoring Touch, so you learn Sigil of Life. Okay, so 10 to 18. I'm going to remove this. Yes. And then we're going to go here with this. And that's Fireball. He's at 68, so I can do that. And then neither one of them can use a Fireball. Okay, so I could put a fireball that goes 10 meters that does 15 to 23. You know what? We're gonna do it. Assign, and you give it to him. And boom. Okay, fireball. So now he's got fireball. Alright. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good distance for fireball too. Alright. Looks like that dude is like peeing off the edge there. What the hell? Oh, that's their hammers. Earthshaker, Crescent Runner. Oh, this is their like their area, the disfavored. Maybe not. Ooh, you fuckers. Back wall of this home has long since crumbled away, revealing the old walls behind it. The old walls are dangerous. I wouldn't recommend going inside. Forgebound won't sell anything to us settlers. Well, I mean, I understand. Oh, you can toggle fast and slow modes? What? Alright, so we found this. plus 10 to subterfuge. Who's got the best subterfuge? I'm at 50. He's at 46. 52. And 36. So he's the best at subterfuge right now. Which actually is kind of funny. Now he's at 60 something. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. Let's move this. Ooh, shit, not him. Him. I end up using a lot of potions with this guy, so putting 10 on him is kind of okay. So I only do 14 to 18. I do 24 to 30 with him. Dude, look at that fucking axe. Hell yeah. It's because I gave him this beast-ass bronze great axe. Alright, so... that dude's sitting in a weird spot. I don't like it. Nobleman's bracers. Settler. Stone shield. Iron walker. Alright, what's in here? So I have my two casters sitting like as far back as possible, essentially, so. Oh, hey-yo. Okay, so what is this? This wall appears to have been damaged years ago, but was never properly repaired. What you got? Edian is our true leader. Talk to him if you need something. The old walls are dangerous. I wouldn't recommend going inside. Well, I'm probably going to end up going inside, so... let me just finish looting your entire town. There's still lootable there and there.
Can't do that.
Okay, so there's that one. And there's that one.
Have a look here.
Nice. What's up, guys? Can't help you with anything, Fateminder. Can't help you with anything, Fateminder. Okay, so... you know, I never saw what this merchant actually had. So we're probably gonna go down and check what he's got. Oh, fuck. Dude's got something to say to me. Alright, so next thing that we have to do is go into the big part of the city. Into the actual, like, temple, so to say. I think it's this guy. Show me what you have for sale. Let's see if we can find you something. Ooh! Nobleman's hat. Heavy leather armor. And it's light armor, too. Fine warrior's girdle, huh? 10 athletics. Light leather boots. Okay, let me just go ahead and sell all the shit that I'm gonna sell. And then see if... Yeah, it's about the same shit. What about her? Alright, so... Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna buy any... Oh shit, did I go in there? I probably didn't talk to Ventara either. Yeah, I probably did not talk to Ventara. I did not go in here. So Eldian is the leader of this area. Whoa, well met, Fatebinder. Welcome to Lethian's Crossing. An outsider never arrives alone. At least, that is what my mother always said. Seems she knew what she was talking about. I'm Eldian. Welcome. Well, if it isn't Tunon's Fatebinder, welcome back to the Crossing. Haven't seen you around here since you put the Disfavored in charge of everything. Must say, my memory seems to be failing. Something I never thought I'd say. He winks. The way people talk about how you came through and drove the Brotherhood out of town. You should be 10 feet tall and shoot lightning from your eyes. I seem to remember you being a little more human. Can't always tell the content of a pie from its crust, though, can you? Thankfully, the Disfavored haven't been too bad. At least you didn't choose the Scarlet Course to be our overlords. But enough of my prattling. You didn't come here for a history lesson or to get my opinion of your grandeur. The educator sent you for the Archon of Song, I assume. What can this old fool do for you? Okay. If you have questions about our settlement, I'm the one to ask. I've the dubious distinction of being the oldest living resident in Lethian's Crossing. So I've been here for a lot of its history. Eyes, hips, hair, and hearing might be failing, but my mind still seems to remember everything that's happened here. What would you like to know? I'll do my best to not go on too long about it. I know I have a problem at keeping my conversation short. Crossing's history. Oh, Jesus. If you have questions about the goings-on in the Crossing, I'm the one to ask. I've been here for more than history than anyone else. What would you like to know? Who was Lethian? Biggest pain in the ass I ever knew. I suppose I shouldn't talk about my mother like that. She was a mediocre merchant, but a great leader. The war in the northern kingdoms cost her a very lucrative trade route up north, but she managed to earn trade stewardship from Kairos, and for a short time she had a monopoly on grain, salt, and tin here in the tiers. What did my grandmother say? Give a blind man time and a pile of rocks, and eventually he'll hit a target. Not to say she didn't deserve it, but I think luck played a bigger part in her success than actual talent. But Kairos gives, and Kairos takes. The next year, Lethian was stripped of her trade rights. Suddenly she had a large staff, but no goods to trade, and no means to pay anyone. But she was a stubborn one and knew if she just kept at it, eventually things would turn around for her. She figured the trade goods could come to us. The location was good enough. It's crazy how that would happen. So she decided to concentrate on making an exquisite local settlement into the center of commerce for the tiers. And by the claws of a beast, she did just that. Thought she was crazy choosing a town nestled up to the old walls, but apparently she knew what she was doing. It wasn't long after that, it was renamed Lethian's Crossing. With the bridges over the old walls, this is the only place to go if you wanted to take weeks off of your trip. Eventually, she hired the Bronze Brotherhood to act as our local guards. We were big enough and had enough commerce to warrant the protection. So Lethian was your mom, of course. How did you think I became the Reeve of the Crossing? It's certainly not my storytelling or charm. I may be the oldest living resident here, but that's certainly not good enough reason to make someone a leader. Though, come to think of it, neither is just being the offspring of the former leader. But like it or not, that's how things are. My mother was a wonderful woman. She might not have been the nicest person, and she might have been over fond of dalliance here or there, or there, or there, but who isn't? May her rest be ever free of disturbance. How did you build the old walls bridges? Lethian was the mastermind of that. She could tie a knot with one hand, one string. I remember watching her draw systems of ropes and knots in the sand, telling me what they would do when built. I thought she was crazy. She says she got the idea for the bridges from seeing galleys pulled out of the water into the dock. Apparently the hardest part was getting the initial climbing team to brave the old walls and set the first ties. But apparently you can pay a man enough rings for him to overcome his fear of old walls' predators. Why did you settle here? Necessity. The rope bridges let us cross the old walls. With them, it didn't matter what trade rights we had. We'd be at a crossroads to the northern tiers, an unbeatable location. The siege of Ardent in the Bastard City ended up helping us. All those folks heading to points east crossed through our little settlement, and many of them decided to stake a claim with us. By then, Lethian discovered there was iron in our rivers. She thought it'd make us rich, but it also made us a target. The old walls don't make passage through the area easy, and our bridges cut days to weeks off a trip. It's the best bet to get your shipment where it needs to go. Mix a motherload of iron ore into it, and we suddenly had a target painted on us. What is Kairos' interest with the crossing? Iron, plain and simple. Now we have the forge bound here, toiling away with the ore they pull from the river. We're being squeezed for our resources. If you're after a drink, better to squeeze fruit than a stone. And it would seem many people find us to be very juicy indeed. There was a merchant who tried to peddle iron rocks as magical because they came from areas near the old walls. None of the people he sold to happened to be a disfavored courier. The courier then showed the rock to a forge-bound master who immediately recognized its potential for making superior weapons. It was brought to Kairos' attention, and soon afterward, soldiers and forge-bound came to Lethian's crossing. They came with such force, our options were to either comply with what they wanted or die. Why does the Brotherhood want Lethian's crossing? Land, breeding stock. They've been here longer than I have, so maybe they considered it home too, but Kairos' purse masters are no longer paying them to fight, and if a mercenary is killing for free, something's suspect. In the end, I suppose it doesn't matter. Raidamon will never let go. He feels he owns this town. He aims to have it be his. Let me ask you something else. What can you tell me about the Spire? There's no getting used to it. You think that after years of living under its shadow, that your nerves would calm, but that never happened to me. You can only be so relaxed when your neighbors are the bane. The moment you let your guard down around one of those old walls, my friend, you're done. Now, Lethian wasn't completely mad to settle here. She ventured inside and found sealed passageways that made it impossible to wander too far beyond the entrance. She figured that meant the bane couldn't easily reach us either. Whoever crafted or created this monstrosity wanted us to stay out, and that's exactly what we've done. It hasn't been a perfect arrangement. There have been incidents. But for the most part, the Bane don't venture out so long as you don't venture in. We just have to stay vigilant every day. Can I enter the old walls? Must you enter? Surely there's another. He stops himself, adopting a less confrontational tone. Nobody will stop you, Fatebinder, if that's what you mean. If you have business inside, I can only assume that it must be an important matter. The old walls are unpredictable, plain and simple. The Bane may leave you be today, but I'm not the sort to gamble when it comes to abominations. Tell me your thoughts on the Bronze Brotherhood. Okay. They were here since the crossing was founded. Lethian herself hired them to protect the settlement when it was just getting started. A fledgling town in the shadows of the old walls. They did such a good job. She kept them on as our peacekeepers, and that's how things went. At least until you decided to oust them and put someone else in their place. You can't say I wouldn't have done the same, truth be told. Taking pay from two employers is always going to end badly if you can't make both of them happy. On top of that, it seems lately that Raytamon is traveling a path no one can see, and I don't want to see what's at the end of it. What do you think about the disfavored? Strict curfews, frequent searches, and no forgiveness for missed iron and grain quotas. That's the ill of it. But the sentries keep constant vigil and treat us with respect, politeness even. Most of them call me elder and bow. If someone's going fishing in your pocket and taking your crops, may as well be kind about it. The disfavored are committed to honor and dignity in all dealings. It's definitely not the situation I would have chosen, but things can always be worse. The water might water might be up to your knees, but it can also be up to your nose, is what my grandmother would tell me, one of the Earthshaker mages. Few have passed through the crossing in recent times, all headed south to the Stone Sea. At least that's the word of it. The mages didn't stay for long. He gestures to the massive stone facade of the old walls. And I'm glad they kept on traveling. If some madman cast a spell that cracked the foundation of the old walls, praise Kairos it hasn't happened. What are the Forge Bound? They toil away in their forge houses day in, night out. Kairos' forces keep them well guarded since they know how to work binding ore into weapons harder than stone or bronze. I've delivered food and kindling to the forge houses, but never had much contact with the artisan mages. How have your interactions with the Scarlet Chorus been? Can't say I have a strong opinion one way or the other, really. They didn't seem to care much about leaving the settlement behind. Once the decision was made to let the disfavored have control, they left, and I haven't seen much of them since. I'm pretty sure I'm going to need directions around here. I completely understand. The crossing can be a bit intimidating the first time someone arrives, but it's not as complicated as it looks. The river is named Portascore, and it flows down the middle of the settlement. The waterfalls pouring over the old walls are Sunrise and Moonrise. The west waterfall is Sunrise because of how the sun hits it in the morning, and Moonrise got its name due to how it glows during a full moon. The crossing itself is broken up into districts named after the waterfalls. The west side, the river, is the Sunrise District, and the east side of the river is the Moonrise District. The different levels of Lethian's crossing don't really have names, but most people refer to them as tiers. My home is considered part of the ground tier. The forge is on the first tier, both the Moonrise District. Okay. What is that about the Archon of Song? Siren, the songbird, feels like it's half the town she's got mooning over her in that hovel near the river. It's on the first tier if you want to find her. Feel free to take her with you when you go. Seeing as you're not here for her, what can I do for you? Leave, I'll be on my way. He says feel free to take her with you when you go. Jesus, dude. Why is my nose all messed up this morning? Okay. Good day to you, Fatebinder. My name is Ventara. Welcome to Lethian's Crossing. Okay, continue. Commander, it's been a while since I took leave of the crossing. Glad to see you have everything in order. Barrick, I haven't seen you since the march on Stalwart. It seems you've done well for yourself since then. What happened to you out there? I picked some extra baggage along the way, nothing I can't handle. Well, you look a mess. First chance you get, I want to see you in proper uniform, understood? Wait, what? You made some tough calls the last time you were here. None of us were happy when you put forge-bound iron in the hands of chorus soldiers. But the sight of you publicly flogging their commander after she tried to bribe you raised our morale for several span. More than a fair trade. What can I help you with? Can you give me some information on what's happening? Okay. Our current orders are to garrison Lethian's Crossing. We are to secure the safety of the Forgebound and sanctity of Kyros's law and the well-being of the settlers. And we're dealing with a gang of Free City mercenaries we need to club back to Setting Sun. She nervously coughs. Well, that's not the official order yet. But you get the idea. Small matter of a thief in town, but I'll not bother you with such trifles right now. I'm sure my soldiers can handle it. Travel well, Fatebinder. So there's a thief. Okay, and it's that dude up there. I can almost guarantee it's that guy up there. Alright, what's in here? Yeah, it's the second tier or whatever. Whoa, what the fuck is this? Serene. Settler. Alright, Serene. The young woman stands here, surrounded by a group of villagers. She speaks... Wait, she's a fucking... She speaks to them in soft, dulcet tones, holding them hypnotized with her hands and... with her hand motions. She wears an ornate headdress that surrounds her face. Its forehead, inset with an enormous red gem. The headdress flashes as she speaks, and you are unable to tell if it's a trick of the light or the gem in its actual... gem in it is actually glowing. She is swept up in her oration and seems completely unaware that you've arrived. It takes a few moments before you realize she was also in the Scarlet Chorus camp in Vendrian's Well. She opens her eyes and looks at you over the heads of the people gathered before her.
Greetings, worm.
Fuck you. You look familiar. How have we met?
You don't know me, little worm? I am Siren, and my allies have the pleasure of calling me the Archon of Song.
You hear the distant peal of the bell in her laugh. She stops and regards you for a moment.
To what do I owe this incredible honor, Fatebinder? Is Tunon throwing another one of his tantrums, threatening everyone if they don't find me? I'd say it's annoying, but don't you think it's kind of flattering to have everyone wanting me so desperately? Kairos, the voices of Nerat, Tunon, you? Never mind. I'm just feeling a little paranoid. Past guardians have shown themselves to be a little more interested in me than entirely necessary. But now to a more important matter. There is something you can do to assist me.
Her mouth opens in a perfect O shape. The sound that pours out is captivating, entrancing. It dampens the ambient bustle of the hall until it seems that nothing exists but her voice.
Remove my helmet.
Wait. What are you trying to do to me?
Really? Nothing at all? What a disappointment. Not to mention a colossal waste of effort on my part. Probably spreading myself too thin trying to keep them all under my thrall. I hoped you would assist me in a delicate matter, but it appears you're no use to me at all. Keeping up the act can be a bit tiring at times. I've been the songbird for so long, I've forgotten how to be anything else.
Perhaps I can help. Come with me. Someone with your power could use some help directing it. Stop the emotional manipulation. Now you're coming with me and I can keep an eye on you. What up, Warhawk? Thanks for that lurk, bro. Thanks for that lurk while you're working. I appreciate you.
Why on earth would you want that? I can't imagine you're doing it out of the goodness of your heart. Oh, Tunon must have had a hand in this. Or Nerat. Maybe I'd rather stay here where people won't insist on ordering me around all the time. Although, you did activate one of the spires, so your power is something I could learn from, and you are right. I'm certainly not going to make any significant advances staying here with a bunch of nobodies worshipping me. Watching you in action could give me the edge I need to unlock a spire of my own. Fine. I will allow you the glorious gift of my presence in your party. Well then, let's go. If you're going to teach me the wonders of the world, it's not going to happen here.
So, I now get her, and she's level 7? Holy shit. I don't know if she's better than Ebb. Lantry's my healer. Yeah, I don't know. I'll leave her out for now and check on her in a little bit. To see what her powers are, essentially. I need to do that. I don't want to do that when I can't, like, just change people out. So, yeah. But I am taking her with me, so that kind of works out. Seeing if there's anything else down here. It doesn't seem like there is, so let's travel back over here. And we're going to probably sell some shit to her. Show me what you got in conversation. Never mind. I'm gonna fill his out with 10. And then we're gonna do this. And then go here. Okay. So we've essentially talked to everyone in the city and talked to all the merchants, looted everything. So now the plan is to try to go into the spire to see if I can activate this spire now or if I have to wait. Which I'm assuming I'll have to wait, and there's going to be a way to actually do it later on. I doubt they're gonna let me get 2 spires right off the rip. Like, that's my thought anyway. So, I'm gonna save on my primary save. So anyway, let's go in here. Spells are created from both core and expressive sigils. Core sigils determine the type of magic. Fire, healing, etc. While expressive sigils determine the shape, touch, or oh shit, here we go, okay. So we're gonna grab this. These floor stones have been broken recently. Bits of metal nearby would suggest it's the result of careless soldiers.
Got it.
What is this? Okay, so apparently I can do something there, and I don't want to do it just yet. It's an eerie glow of unknown origins coming from the depths of this pit. There's a dead soldier.
Found something.
Note from the Iron Guard. As per our verbal agreement, you are allowed entry into the old walls at Lethian's Crossing with the explicit instructions to find a path to the Bronze Brotherhood campsite on the other end. Any items acquired inside the old walls will be yours to keep in exchange for your help in this matter. Iron Guard Ventara, commander of Lethian's Crossing. Okay. Addendum added, the Trials of the Archons. Okay, so there's definitely going to be enemies in here. More mace. Is it better for him? No. So there's definitely going to be enemies. I can already tell you there's going to be fucking enemies in here. The door creates a near-perfect seal with the surrounding walls. Along its surface, you see several chips and shallow gouges from failed attempts to force it open. There's nothing to interact with on its panels, and you surmise that it was never meant to be opened from this side. Okay, so this is one of those things where this whole area is going to be like a fucking puzzle. That's what I'm gathering. Take the charcoal rubbing. Make the charcoal rubbing the relief shape to help discern the rune design. Sunken relief, though heavily damaged, is clearly meant to depict a runic symbol, similar to the one you saw in Ascension Hall. The relief is incomplete, and thus the final form of the rune is unknown. Pressing the charcoal to parchment, you capture a blurry but proportionate image of the ancient relief. With enough collected imprints, it may be possible to reconstruct the original shape of the rune. As you work, Lantry hovers near. See how that pattern looks broken along two edges? I think there's more to the engraving than what's here. Then we'll look for more. Lantry, agreed. If we collect enough sketches and imprints, we can no doubt reconstruct the original image in its entirety. Dude, that's cool. Examine the mysterious rubbing. This is part of Investigate the Spires. Alright, so... We're gonna save again. I'm gonna delete this. Delete this. And delete this. And save this. So that's just some camping stuff. Alright, let's go in here. We're probably not ready for this yet, but we're gonna go and fool around in here regardless.
Oh, the masonry here puts the artisans of Sunder to shame.
Okay. The chamber immediately reminds you of Ascension Hall. An intricate rune running along the floor can only mean one thing. You stand at the feet of the Great Spire. Each step you take echoes across the great distance. As you gaze upward, the sage-colored walls quickly give way to unending blackness. The rune at the center of the floor is inactive, and the silence of the hall offers no clues as to its use or function. You feel a slight tug in your chest, a faint echo of the energy that enveloped you at Vendrian's Well. Hold a moment. If my sense of direction is at all reasonable, we are standing below the spire of this region. What do you know of spires? About as much as you, I'm afraid. Until our time at Vendrian's Well, I didn't realize there are ways to access the upper reaches. Speaking of which, I'm certain there's a way to access the top of this spire as well. Let's keep our eyes out for sigils or glyphs nearby. What do you recommend? I'd start with the grooves in the stones on the floor over there. If it's like the spire at Vendrian's Well, whoever built this created a mystical conduit to the top. And I'd like to think it very, very unlikely that the pattern is purely decorative. Let's press on. Okay, so... Sunken relief, okay. Pressing charcoal to parchment, you capture a blurry but proportionate image of the ancient relief. Though the drawn rune remains incomplete, it seems likely that the completed design is symmetrical in nature. Should the need arise, you should reasonably guess its original shape. I believe this has something to do with the symbol on the floor. Okay. These grooves on the floor are inlaid with a dim, incandescent material that glimmers upon closer inspection. They appear to intersect at various angles, forming a myriad of potential shapes similar to the rubbing you found. Okay. Well, where's the fucking rubbing? Okay. Okay. And how do I go about doing that? I don't know how to look at the rubbing. Yeah, okay, so apparently I've got this fucking thing and I can't... Aha! A portion of the unknown sigil has been recorded on this scroll. Charcoal imprint is rough and incomplete, leaving the full design a mystery for now. Okay, so it looks like... I'm just going to take a picture of this because I think I can figure this out. Yeah, because there is a circle on the inside of it too. So, I think we got this already. Alright. What is this?
Study carefully the glyphs. They're gibberish to me, but I know magic when I see it.
Okay, so I got it. So we got this one. Let's have the party stand here. This one. This one. This one.
On it.
This one.
Yes.
Okay. And then this one to this one. 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 Look at that shit. Hell yeah, dude. Alright, first try, dude. First try. First fucking try. The arcane light courses skyward, trailing off towards the horizon in the direction of Indrian's Well. You feel the ground ripped out from beneath you, yet as you drift back into the warmth and energy surrounding you, your awareness stretches beyond the limits of the spire, pulling in many directions at once. The light you saw arcing through the sky reminds you of the tether you feel to the top of Indrian's Well. This, too, is a point of connection, and you are inextricably part of it, bound as surely as the spires are to each other. The Sunset Spire in Lethian's Crossing feels burned by its age, as if a central linchpin somewhere in its core has weathered for centuries of oppressive weights and longs to topple. The surge of energy that courses through you, forming a link with Indrian's Well, strengthens the very stones beneath your feet. Structural weakness you detected vanishes, replacing by confidence that could keep this tower standing for millennia. See there, due south is Ardent, where I was born. And then, over to the right, is where the Academy of Tides used to stand. Ooh, you can see that little island off of Barris and Chains. That's where Hagrivar would take me to practice our more dangerous spells. My childhood is seen from above. This is surreal. And tell me where you're writing from. Lantry speaks aloud as he pins a missive, and how to reach you, and I will send you an iron ring for your troubles. He signs his name with a flourish, and then tosses the parchment into the wind. In the blink of an eye, the heavy current carries a slip of parchment eastward. I have this idea of a message in a bottle. Without the bottle, maybe it'll work. From here, even the old walls seem paltry. This sovereign view was not intended for the likes of us. Barrick shakes his head slowly. Spire feels like a relay between you and Vendrian's Well. I don't like that sound. Bridging some transference of energy of an enormous scale. You are the first link of the chain that stretches the length of this realm. As you struggle to understand this sensation, you grow aware of whispers all around you. Listen closer. The whispers themselves seem to travel down the tether between you and the spires, conducting heat that feels at times unbearable. They speak of your actions, your choices, everything that led you to this place. Your name is known, your banner recognized, your deeds reported across the tiers in the Northern Empire alike. For an instant, you can see the accumulated hope and fear these whispers represent. It appears like dewdrops settling on a leaf, then trickling into a shared basin. This image is fed to you through your connection, a base metaphor that only hints to the true scope. There's power in these spires, though its source is unfamiliar. Were you to harness it, you suspect that nothing would stand beyond your reach. I feel strange. I don't know what you've done, but standing near you warms my rusted plates, makes me feel lighter somehow. On the moments my staff and I are separated, part of its magic goes dormant until I'm once again near. The same dynamic is happening with you and the spires. They've adopted you, I guess. They certainly like you enough to not kick you out of bed. Curious, I'm noting something I've also observed at the spire in Vendrian's Well. There's a mystic hum, and it has little beats when you walk, tiny fluctuations when you talk. Unless my senses are deceiving me, you and the spires are mystically attuned to each other. Most fascinating indeed. A quill pen appears in his hand. The old sage begins furiously jotting notes on his arm. Dude, hell yes! Your power is increased. Dude. I can't do much. But I'm going to go ahead and do this. Oh shit, I think I turned it into a forge. Shit. I should have turned, yeah. Well, you know what? That's fine. That's fine. It's actually a better place to turn into a forge. You have acquired a second spire. All spires are linked, allowing you to travel instantly between them. This will reduce your travel time through the tiers. You can upgrade spires you discover, building new structures on top of each of them. Each upgrade will provide you with different benefits. Click on the spire's icon or press H to select an upgrade for your new spire. Upgrades take time and money to build, and time and money to build, and money to maintain. If you no longer have any money to maintain an upgrade, it will be suspended. You will no longer receive its benefits until you're able to pay its maintenance cost. There are 5 resources you can find in Kairos' tiers that can be used to power upgrades to your spire. They are scrolls, iron ingots, bronze ingots, alchemy supplies, and hide. Each upgrade uses different resources. Okay. So this is a base building thing too. Dude, this is fucking cool. Hell yeah, dude. This is cool as shit. Scroll, sigil of piercing. Ooh. So essentially, I turned the one that's got the whatchamacallits, the actual iron into smiths. So it actually works out, surprisingly. Ooh. Alright, let's talk to the Master of Smiths who's standing here. Forge-bound favor, 3. The forge fires burn bright, Fatebinder. Volus bows low before you. How may I serve you? I want you to forge something for me. Certainly, Fatebinder. In conversation. What? Dude! What is this? This bronze armor is inspired by the garb of the great northern warlords who initially opposed the dominion of Kairos. The value of this armor cannot measure up to the actual breastplate of the true warlords, as the wealth of the entire realm went into the elaborate forging. quality superior, authority, modifies, apply the lash, will of command, call to battle, resurgence, and undying. 5,800 rings. Instantly swap positions with a companion. Both you and your ally receive a bonus to vitality and finesse until the end of combat. Dude, holy shit. 5 recruits needed at the forge to make it. Flashy edge of the featherlight. Okay, dude, this is crazy. This is really cool, though. Locked iron gauntlets. Yeah, this is cool as shit. Alright, I found reference to a dagger called Heart's Blood. What can you tell me about it? Heart's Blood? Really? Let me see the book. This is incredible. Unfortunately, the information in that book isn't sufficient for me to recreate it. If you were able to give me more information on it, I could probably make it for you. Continue. Is there anything else? I found this hilt in the old walls. What can you tell me about it? It looks like the hilt of Sentinel, one of the finest swords the Forge-bound have ever made. With this, I could recreate it if you want. Tell me about the Forge. If you want to upgrade your weapon and armor, you can use any of the anvils. It should be simple enough if you've got the materials. If you need something that requires a master smith, like forging a one-of-a-kind item, come talk to me and I'll see what I can do. Okay, so I can use a fucking forge. Select a weapon. Okay, so let's go to this. Upgrades to 20 to 27 crush. And I need fucking 20 bronze rings and 2 bronze ingots. In 3 hours. And 1 forge. Yeah, I'm not gonna... No. I'm not fucking with that right now. Not on some bullshit. Dude, this is fucking cool, though. Alright. Okay, so a skilled trainer who teaches control fire, control frost, control lightning, and control vigor. Master trainer who teaches control vigor and control stone. A merchant who specializes in light armors, metal armors. Thanatos, master of brazing. A smith who provides bronze ingots to upgrade weapons and armor and forge powerful items. Praxis, master of smelting. A smith who provides iron ingots. A merchant who specializes in unique weapons. Dude, I have nothing though. Like, I can do him, and that's about it. Like, I have bronze rings. Bronze rings, so yeah, no. Oh, that's the maintenance cost here, okay. Oh, shit. You can only have 6 recruits total in an area. Okay, so I actually have to be careful with who I actually recruit. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so Fatebinder Tunon. The court is all abuzz with the news of the Civil War. Representatives from the chorus and the disfavored are having little shouting matches in front of Tunon. The petitioners to the court seem swept up in talks of who will crush whom, and if and when Tunon will bring the gavel and stop the fighting. What has me more intrigued is the other story out of Vendrian's Well. Tunon sends you on what I thought was going to be a one-way trip to the well, and not only do you live, you somehow claim the mountain spire, and you broke Kairos' edict too. Such things make the little civil war seem so trivial in comparison, at least to those who can separate the message from the noise. Tell me, what was it like to break the edict, and how is it you took control of the spire? Explain the experience as best you can. Send it. Yeah, send it. Boop. The missive is in transit. Alright. Dude, look at all these fucking cores that I got now. Alright, so seats of power. Across the tiers, there are a number of spires that dot the horizon. The 2 you have claimed have proven to be valuable assets to the war effort, and the tiers, claiming the rest, should help you widen your conquest. Okay, so into the Maelstrom. The War of the Archons has begun. Support Craven Ash's initial attempts to pacify the tiers. Trial of the Archons, and the Weight of Aegis. Speak with Barrick. Barrick wishes to discuss something with you. Talk to him to find out what is on his mind. Alright, Barrick. Fatebinder, if you have a moment. There have been a number of times I came to your service in which I have not agreed fully with your choices. That said, never have I truly questioned your judgment. I hope this pattern holds after you hear the request I make of you now. Relax, Barrick. I hope that perhaps the Adjudicator would hear my case. What are you talking about? I have been encased in this. He wraps his gauntlets against the shards of corroded iron and bronze that swept across his chest. Shell, since Kyrus' edict of storms, made a grave old steward. It occurred in service to the Overlord, and I would ask that the Overlord free me of its burden. Aren't you more useful to the Overlord in your armor? Perhaps, but there are other armors. Air passes from his helmet, possibly the result of a sigh. Any respectable commander would extol you to the virtues of high morale. I confess that each day I remain confined in this monstrosity, mine wanes. I will happily make your case to the Archon. Thank you, Fatebinder. He salutes. His salute rings like a poorly cast bell. I eagerly await the Archon's judgment. Dude, if I can actually get the Archon petition Tunon on Barrick's behalf. Barrick requested that you petition Tunon, the Adjudicator, to have his armor removed. Speak with Tunon at his court in the Bastard City. Alright, so I have to go make money, man. Yeah, I really need to go make money. I can't believe that I got in here so early. I honestly didn't think I was going to.
On it.
I really thought that it was going to take like a longer time for me to actually get into this second, whatchamacallit, the second spire. Which is actually really cool that we got into it when we did, so I'm kind of happy with that. Alright, so first thing I'm going to do is take all this shit out from under him. And then go here. Put that on him. That in the party stash. Put this on him. Ardent Broadsword Superior. Yeah, no. I think I'll just sell it. Alright. So let's hit up a vendor on the way out. I think there's a vendor right here. So we'll hit him up on the way out, sell our shit, and then probably go straight to Tunon to see if he can take off Barrick's armor, I guess. But then I'd have to find new armor for Barrick, like, immediately. I can't buy anything because I need to save what little money I do have.
So, your latest acquisition has me thinking about the spires some more. By all accounts, they go as far back as the old walls. Over the centuries, the nobles of the tiers have claimed the spires, but they've only ever battled over the land at the ground level of the monuments. I've never seen the glyphs of a spire light up in all my years. Not until you show up. If this were an isolated incident, I'd be confused. But it seems the spires, plural, are somehow connected to you. What's your secret?
It's a surprise to me as well. I always wanted to know what you're thinking.
If I had the words for it, I'd share. I'm just not sure what to make of it. I'm realizing how much more there is to learn.
A second spire has awoken to your presence. This is fascinating, and I admit enviable. If it turns out your connection to the spires invites death and woe, my jealousy might wane a bit. I've been mulling over that structure we found atop Vendrian's well. Would you be opposed to me studying the sculpture in closer detail? I'd perhaps work a spell or two near the structure. Simple cantrips of gravelight by which to read and inspect, but I will not poke or shove the thing in any way physical or mystical.
If you think it wise, of course.
Thank you. Next time we have a good moonlit night, I'd best settle in and see what sort of magic perturbations I can sense from the sculpture. What is it you need?
And so, civil war divides the armies of mighty Kairos. The reckoning that comes of this failure will be great indeed. We find ourselves in the darkest times. Brothers and sisters who fought for a similar cause now skewer each other over blighted lands in the favor of distant powers.
What would you have done at Vendrian's
Backing the
well?
disfavored was the only logical choice. Graven Ash is the only Archon worthy of your confidence.
I agree.
And you were wise to recognize as much.
Yes.
Naturally, I would have done the same.
Of course you would have.
Whatever others might say about what happened in Vendrian's well, you acted from instinct. I can't help but respect that.
Good call. Onward we go. So when it's flashing, when these little things are flashing, they have something to tell you. And it's not necessarily a full-on conversation, but you have constructed a forge on one of your spires. The forge is a source of powerful weapons and armors. Mages from the Forge Bound will be called to your forge where they can construct powerful items, including rare artifacts. See, I put the forge where those people were, so that kind of works out. Alright, let's go to the world. So we now have the Mountain Spire. Oh, no, hold on. Shit, we're at the Sunset Spire. There's Iron Hearth. Let's go to the Bastard City. Tunon's Court. 1 day, 17 hours. So I wonder, is the Mountain Spire... Oh, shit. So this is my other spire. This is Vendrian's Well Spire. Okay. That's cool. So the more I grab the spires, the faster I can travel around the area because I can just fast travel from spire to spire. That's actually really neat. But I am going here to essentially try to get his thing done. Okay, hold on. On the subject of spires. Your summation is most fascinating. Thank you for sharing. You were certainly not the first to proclaim an edict. Many of us have been used to complete the casting of the Overlord's magic, and you weren't the first to break an edict. Though the list of names is smaller and more exclusive list. What's curious, though, living in recorded memory make no mention of someone who proclaimed and shattered the same edict. In that regard, you are an anomaly. The bad news is, the Archons know this and will be suspicious of this distinction. Along with this parchment, I have included the contact information of the Honorable Fatebinder Myothis, an old peer of mine and perhaps the most knowledgeable in the court on matters not taught to us by Tunon. Treat her with respect and she will not betray your confidence. Best of luck, Grimster. I think things are about to get even stranger for you. Fatebinder. Okay, that's fucking cool. Alright. So, we are going to go and talk to Tunon real quick about his armor. My lord Tunon, I must plead my innocence in this matter. That will be for the court to decide. The Forgebound are my subjects, and I hold them to a higher standard. You are keepers of the Iron Secret. That cannot be forgotten. Fatebinder, so kind of you to join us. I wonder if you might assist in adjudicating this case. As always, I'm curious to witness your execution of Kairos' law. It would be my pleasure to help you, Your Honor. Excellent. Smith, offer up your testimony. The Forgebound artisan clears his throat. I bought a shiny bauble from a merchant passing through Lethian's Crossing. A stone of great beauty and strength. Over time, I shaped it into a mallet for pounding iron. The properties of the stone were incredible. I could swing harder, faster, and without strain. It increased my production of iron weapons tenfold. Until your master grew suspicious and turned you over to me. The bauble you speak of was a touchstone, an artifact known to originate from the old walls, to which all are forbidden to go. The charge is trespass and theft of forbidden artifacts. You may proceed, Fatebinder. Did you know where the touchstone came from? Not at first. The merchant wouldn't reveal his sources, but it didn't take long to put the pieces together. You just don't encounter objects of such power anywhere else. When you realized the object's source, did you stop using it? No. Once I had it figured out, every swing of the mallet shamed me something awful, but I knew I was doing right by Kairos. I was sending his army the best weapons I'd ever crafted. I thought that might absolve me. Guess I thought wrong. Did you ever lie about using the mallet? No. That is, the other smiths were curious about my work, but no one thought to inspect my tools. Since no one asked, I never told them. A lie of omission, then, just as nefarious in the eyes of Kairos. What if your arcane tool had harmed someone, or yourself? What then would have become of iron production? I don't know, Your Honor. Ready to give my... Okay, so, I trust your instincts, Fatebinder. Make sure that my confidence is not misplaced. The artifact and its use were forbidden. The smith is guilty. The smith never betrayed Kairos. He should go free. Dude. You know what? Oh no. He winces in anticipation of a coming blow. Such is the will of Kairos, though I am loath to see iron production fall. I cannot abide improvisations in the ranks of my Forgebound. What of the punishment, Fatebinder? I can rely on you to determine proportional response. 3 days in the stock should do. The smith will lose a hand of his choosing. Dude, I don't want this guy to be guilty, though. That's the problem. You know what? Just brand his face. Yes, a mark of punishment. A sigil of shame to wear across the remainder of his years. A burden in youth, but a lesson with age. You are as uncompromising as I ever taught you to be in your execution of Kairos' law. Well done, Fatebinder. The court is adjourned. Dude, it sucks. I really like... The law is the law, though. So, I have to abide by his law. Fatebinder, you look as if you require my counsel. I have a request from Beric of the Stone Shields. And what does Beric of the Stone Shields want of the court? He has made his displeasure known in a loud enough voice to collapse the tiers upon each other. He came to inquire if the Forgebound could help remove his armor. If he has become encased in iron, that is none of the court's concern. My Forgebound smiths are occupied crafting weapons for the army, and I would not have their focus diverted to liberate one soldier from his raiment. Stone Shield. Do the disfavored not have standards for the upkeep of arms and armor? Is this not one of your Archon's guiding principles? It is, Your Honor, but I found myself trapped in this junk pile after the Edict of Storms hit Stalwart. If you want to blame anyone, it should be Kairos. Oh, fuck. The educator contemplates the matter in total silence. The moment drags on, far longer than you would suspect it warrants, but Tunon's interest does not abate for a moment. The soldier will remain encased in his armor. Eccentric, though it may be, and all subjects of Kairos are forbidden to aid in its removal. What? What? Magic, the likes of which none of us understood, has touched the stone shield, and we will not interfere with the will of Kairos. But I am trapped, Your Honor. Could you not reconsider? Oh, shit. You know what? I'm surprised and disappointed that you would even ask. Whatever you are trying to prove to your travel companions, the court finds its festering with sympathy in the lack of precedent. Such is the will of Kairos and the will of the court. You tried, and I suppose that counts for something. The educator didn't say anything about me bending my way out of here. At least not that trying has ever made it better. Fuck. Be on your way. Alright, so I questioned Tunon. Okay, now I just gotta speak with Barrick. Shouldn't surprise you that the Archon Tunon would not unmake what was wrought by the Overlord's wrath. You okay in there, Barrick? The Archon's decision changes nothing. I have persevered to this point. I shall continue to do so for the sake of the General Ash in the North. Spoken like a fellow soldier. The bureaucracy doesn't always respect the sacrifices made by those who defend it. If only every member of the court possessed your perspective. There may be another way. Your master was very specific in his sentence. He forbade not only assistance from the Forgebound, but from anyone, anywhere in the world. No, the Archon forbade the subject of Kairos to aid you. You split hairs, Binder. The whole truth of the world bends knee to the Overlord. If that were the case, we wouldn't be here in the tears, would we? Woo. If your honor demands that you remain in the armor you'll remain. It does. Thank you for understanding. Alright. He bows his head and moves away. Yep. Fuck.
At least in theory, I'm supposed to be observing history and not getting myself wrapped into it. All the same,
what are you doing?
This is the thrill of a lifetime. Rarely does one stand so close to monumental moments in the making.
So she's getting a contract together?
Yeah, she said that she'll message you at the end of this week.
Okay. Love you, babe.
If given the choice between a multifaceted hive mind of treachery and a surly old soldier, General Grumps is the wiser choice. It's patently obvious which Archon is truly loyal to Kairos.
General Grumps.
So, I must ask, are you planning on taking sides in the Civil War? Or do you have other plans? The Archon of War is about as noble as a professional killer can be, and unlike the voices of Narat, he doesn't bring with him a gaggle of rapists and pillagers in his wake. The disfavored could use your help. They are outnumbered, and I'd say outwitted by the opposition.
Outwitted, you say?
Oof.
I'll have you know the disfavored boast the most capable strategists of Kairos' armies. If we're outwitted, it's because the motives and tactics of our enemies are too brainless for any rational soldier to grasp.
It's easier for Lantry to criticize a general for being outwitted. How many battles has he led?
Truer words have never been spoken. It's impossible to judge Graven Ash until you've stood in his boots and endured the burden of leadership. Even we, his followers, fall short of comprehending his magnificence.
Whatever you do next, consider that many eyes will be upon you, for you have both delivered and taken away the Overlord's edicts, and few will know how to make sense of the latter. You are an exception the Archons cannot afford to ignore. They will likely aim to control or destroy you. Most of Kairos' edicts were either worded to end in a manner of the Overlord's choosing, or the edicts have simply continued in perpetuity. That's not to say there haven't been stories of broken edicts. They're just uncommon. The oldest is, I think, Golbraith and the Edict of Sorrows, and that tale dates back to around the year 110. Aside from you, the most recent was the Edict of Twisting Grasses, back in 380.
Okay.
In all these stories, Kairos' edict very clearly gives its victim a single way to escape, and someone manages it. What's never happened is the pure abatement of an edict, like using a spell of warding or cancellation.
Yeah, so, okay. Quest failed. The weight of Aegis. Wait, what? Tunon ruled that Beric to remain in his armor and forbade citizens of Kairos' dominion help him remove it. Perhaps he should discuss Beric's predicament with him. So I failed this. Beric wants to know if there's a way he can be freed from his armor. You have refused to disobey Tunon's ruling on the matter and agreed that Beric should remain in his armor indefinitely. Well, that fucking sucks. So, and that was all Beric's call. That wasn't my call. That was Beric. Beric decided that since Tunon... Quill in hand, you loom over a blank sheet of parchment. You have Binder Myothis' contact information in hand and contemplate your opening words. Polite introduction. Dear Fatebinder Myothis, I write to you at the urging of my peer and tutor, Fatebinder Rogalus. He has found himself bereft of answers, a rare condition for him, and suggests you may be the only source of the answers I seek. If you will pardon the imposition, it would mean a great deal to learn what you know of Kairos' edicts and the magic of the spires. The mountain spire of the Tears has awoken to my presence, an event that occurred moments after I resolved an edict of Kairos. So it's critical that I learn just what happened to me and what all it means. Thank you in advance. Yeah, send it. Alright. Alright, so let's go here. Let's go here. And we're gonna go up here. Yes. So it's like, apparently there's something here that I need to do. Because it's glowing, you know? So, it's probably the people that I hired are gonna be there. Let's see. Revos, Siren, Satus, Corpse Eye, Isolon, Swordbreaker. Okay. So, Revos. Fatebinder, come, take a look. I've got a Beastman cub in here. You step up to the huckster and peer down at the box. It's full of assorted junk, nothing more. Before you can comment, you notice him reaching for your ring belt out of the corner. Grab his hand. I didn't mean anything by it, I promise. Just wanted to see how many rings you had so I could adjust my prices accordingly. Oh, you bitch. Revos at your service. I've come into possession of some items that might be of interest. That was very dishonest of you. I'll take a look at your wares, but don't try that again. Whoo, look at that Fatebinder shield. Fatebinder of Tunon armor. Light armor. Light armor. Dude, it's all light armor, though. Sigil of phasing. Dude. Sigil of proximate action, deflecting. Sigil of material force. I don't want to spend all my money though, that's the problem. So like I can't buy anything. I'm just looking. Let's go to this guy. Satus, a thin, sinewy man, looks out to the horizon, legs firmly planted on the ground as he practices his strikes. His arms snap towards the invisible target in methodical fashion, alternating one after another. He stops as you approach, an amused smirk on his face. And that, Fatebinder, is exactly what I'd advise you not to do. He laughs, punching the air again while adopting a cretinous expression. That may work when you've got 100 stone shields at your back, but someone like you thrives with a little more creativity. He stiffens up in mock formality, offering you the slightest of bows. That's where I come in, or so your generous sum of rings has led me to believe. No respect for the disfavored. On the contrary, I've all the respect and the tears for them. They just don't happen to care for it. He points towards the northern horizon. They're not fond of bastards, even if your mother happened to serve in the disfavored. My boyhood dreams were of joining the Legion, being cloaked in purple and iron, but now I spend my days dancing around fools that think a breastplate makes them a better fighter. I wouldn't have it any other way. And how should one fight? Iron and bronze are crutches for the unskilled, and honors the delusion of the foolish. Remember that, and use it ruthlessly to your advantage. I prefer to dance around my foes, tripping them with the weight of their own armor and stabbing them with their own blades. Even better, winning the fight before it starts. Walking around in my rags, seasoned warriors will hardly give you a second glance. Their years of training won't amount to much when their sword arm suddenly breaks and when their balls have been compressed into fine paste. Oh shit. I can teach you all about making that fine paste. It may not grace the pages of the Sage's Chronicles, but it'll make you laugh at night when you're counting your rings and drowning your ale. Okay, like to train. So he's got unarmed combat, parry, dodge, and subterfuge. And it requires copper rings. So, wow, 19 trainable ranks. Yeah, I was just training the shit out of parry. Why not? So he's got dodge and subterfuge, parry, dodge, and subterfuge. I'm not training any of those. Day. Okay, so essentially, I just hit him. Where's my parry? 135 parry. 135 parry. That's actually pretty beast, bro. Okay, so wait, what a Alright, so that would put my strength at 19. And that's actually a good way to do it right there. Now, should we do leadership or defense? That's the question. Increases weapon damage while using single one-handed melee weapons and allows basic attacks to strike multiple times. Grants additional spell slot to everyone in the party. Once per combat, when you fall to low health, you let out a battle cry that heals you and party members for a portion of their maximum health. Requires 2 talent points spent in leadership tree. While in combat, your party members fight near you gain a bonus to each of their attributes. The party gains use of 2 additional weapon sets and can switch. After attacking a target from stealth, increase the damage dealt by you and your party members for a short time. Temporarily remove all recovery penalties from equipped armor and shields. The lifted weight allows you to swing twice when attacking for a short time. An empowered... While wearing only heavy armor, gain an additional bonus to armor and bonus to recovery. Dude. I don't think I'm only wearing heavy armor. Let me save. Yep. Save and go to here and heavy, 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 and heavy. Dude, okay, I am wearing only heavy armor. So, yes. That's actually not terrible. So I can only wear heavy armor with my main at this point. Oh. On the subject of spires. Do you remember your training under Bleeding Mark? I remember mine. Funny to think that you and I are about a century apart, but to Bleeding Mark we were all children. I'm now the oldest of the court's children, and I've seen much in my time. It's probably for the best. Everyone assumes I'm old, harmless, and worth shuffling away in the archives. If I were scrutinized too closely, I'm sure Tunon would find I've grown lax in my spoiled old age. Part of what Part of why I am where I am is that I've kept my head down. You appear to be doing the opposite. In some regards, this is beyond your control. You were chosen for the honor of proclaiming Kairos' edicts twice. To decline would have meant death, but to accept means to be placed on the stage for all to see. Kairos' most powerful weapon is not the edict, it's her ability to hand us rope that we willingly use to hang ourselves. Never forget this. There are numerous questions nestled in your request. What is it you wish to know most? Focus your inquiry, and I will answer as best I can. Inquire about edicts and their natures. Okay, yes. Thank you for hearing me out. I have more questions than I have ink, but let's start with a discussion of Kairos' edicts. I've lived under proclaimed and resolved edicts, which makes me far more knowledgeable than the lay person on the subject, yet I still know so little. Okay. Wait, did I just gain wrath? Okay, so he trains that. We're gonna go talk to Tanara. You see a bronze-clad woman in meticulous maintained attire. The leathery buckles in her chest piece show fresh oil, and scales on her armor have been neatly arranged. She gives a quick bow as you approach. Fatebinder. Vendrian Guard. Wait, is she Vendrian Guard? What the fuck? Her expression is neutral and her tone one of forced cordiality. I'm ready to serve as requested, though the apex of old is no more. I am ready to help you find its new place in the tiers. Should you need any instructions in matters of combat, I will assist. Have you been in the Apex all your life? Yes, proudly. There is no greater duty than to serve your country. Apex's challenges are many, and they are rarely addressed abroad. This valley has been assaulted time and time again. What would have remained had we abstained from vigilance? What is your approach to training? Instilling resolve, first of all. We all need purpose for the fights ahead, and unless you know why you bleed on the battlefield, it will be all too easy to succumb to fear and pain and discipline. Most of all, the Guard received hot-headed recruits all the time, and they would all be dead if they charged every time their blood boiled. I'd like to train. Alright, so he's got two-handed weapons, dual wield, parry, and dodge. So I'm going to train Barrick in two-handers. Okay, that's all Barrick's going to train in is two-hand.
Our time together has not...
Now, I want to show you Barrick's two-handed. So if we go to Barrick, his two-handed is at 93. So getting his main stuff higher was my main purpose, and put him at 19 strength. So the next one requires 2 levels to go to 20. And then we're probably going to stick with Punisher. Engagement and attack. Increases the chance for Barrick's engagement attacks to occur. Once per combat, when Barrick's health is critical, he gains a bonus to Might and Resolve until combat ends. For each enemy engaging him, Barrick gains a bonus to any damage he deals. Gain a chance to attack enemies as they engage you. Okay, so... I don't know if I want to do that or this. You know what? We're going to do this. Okay.
Gone to waste.
So. Wait, am I still leveling up? No. Oh, it's just putting all these things still. Alright, so we've leveled those 2 up. We have another one that trains in, like, staves and stuff. Well, if it ain't the big bad boss, come to take a look at my wares, handpicked from the finest battlefield corpses, I can assure you. What will it be, boss? Mind your tongue, I've killed for less. And all this time, I thought it was only my eyes I had to worry about. Yeah, okay. I know when to bite my tongue. Let's see what you got in stock, bro. Ooh, Tearsman spine bow, exquisite. Okay, so... Oh, look at that fucking heavy armor. Like, I can't. Barbed fur mantle. I mean, he's got some good stuff, though. Like, don't get me wrong, he's got some good stuff. Yeah, some really good stuff. But he's just not something that I care for in particular. Okay, so Corpse Eye, not really a name you come across every day. Unusual, yeah. His eyes, cloudy and scarred, bob unfocused in their sockets. And he grins at you, revealing several cracks, or cracked or missing teeth. Fitting, you tell me. You can't shake the eerie sense that despite appearances, Corpse Eye is in fact able to see. After all, didn't you recently witness him fighting on the battlefield? Regardless, he doesn't seem to find his condition at all distressing. How did you end up with the Scarlet Chorus? How does anyone, if not through piss-poor luck, know what happens when the chorus comes a-calling at your door? You don't open it? Worse than this? But I figure I've made my way of things. Working for a Fatebinder now, what finer honor could there be? What do you think about the voices of Nerit? If I were a betting man, which I am now thanks to the chorus, I'd put my rings on Nerit. And any churl with 2 wits about him would do the same. Scarlet Chorus member shrugs. I don't fear many things no more, but he's sure won. He's sure won. Why do you fear him? He's got a real means of making his problems go, making his problems go away, big or small. You don't want to be one of those problems, boss. Like to talk. Sure, boss. I'll pretend to listen. I prefer one-sided conversations with figures of authority. Makes it real easy for me. Alright. So we've gone through all of his stuff. Ooh. This fire pit burns with embers that give off the ethereal glow. Looking into flames you feel you can sense... Wait, hold on. So... this one I didn't get to actually choose. The ancient device perched atop the mountain spire in Vendrian's Well is the product of Forgotten Age. It is unclear what functions it once had, but it can be used again. Resting in any spire grants a bonus to all skills. Okay, so I get to choose what goes in these other 4. That's how that works. Okay. Look at him still gaining all this shit. Fatebinder Grimster, it's an honor to meet you. Hail, Isolon. Perhaps you've come to me, need combat training. What are your duties in the disfavored army before you joined me? As a drill master, it was my job to train the recruits. How to handle the weights of our armor, how to swing a sword without getting your head lobbed off. Usually the basics, but sometimes more. What do you think of Graven Ash? I'd follow him to the ends of the realms, if that's what you're asking. I owe my life and more. Took a spear the size of my fist. Wait, the stone shield taps his armor with the thick, dirty fingers, indicating a spot on his lower abdomen. Took a spear the size of my fist. That's when my insides fell out. I could feel the blood pouring out of me, leaving me real fast. That sort of wound? It's the kind men don't come back from, but Graven Ash, he brought me back. Surely impressive that you survived. The soldier ducks his head, slightly abashed. You can be damn sure I learned how to properly shield after that. You sound pretty devoted to Graven Ash. I mostly served the commander their whole adult life, and I'm glad to say I'm no different. I enlisted on the 13th year of my birth. The soldier smiles at a far gone and perhaps fond memory. Mother cried for me. Show me what you've got. Okay, so he does one-handed weapon and athletics. And parry. We have one more person, Swordbreaker. Let us war with each other in the spirit of instruction, like to train. Wield your weapon and do not relent. If you are disarmed, you keep fighting or you die. Thus is the way of the warrior. So, yeah, two-handed, one-handed dodge and athletics. So essentially, I've got too many people that do all the same shit. Let's go to this spire. Merchant with a motley collection of items for sale. Create camping supplies periodically. Skill trainer who teaches unarmed attacks, parry, dodge, and subterfuge. One-handed weapons, parry, and athletics. One-handed weapons, two-handed weapons, dodge, and athletics. So I can get rid of Isolon. Battlefield scavenger with many unique items. A skilled trainer who teaches one-handed, two-handed, dual-wield, parry, and dodge. One-handed, two-handed, dual-wield, parry, and dodge. One-handed parry and athletics. So I can dismiss Isolon. Wait, hold on. I'm not going to dismiss him just yet. Smith, who regularly produces weapons. An old beast woman who regularly provides food to take into battle. And a fate binder with the ability to change what skills you are proficient in. So, okay. So, someone else teaches athletics, right? One-handed, two-handed, yeah. So I can get rid of Isolon. And I will probably hire Lone Fang for food. And then at some point I'll do Fatebinder Cesper. And over here, who have I hired? Skilled trainer who teaches control fire, control frost, control lightning, and control vigor. So that one I would only do if I wanted to control stone. Light armors, metal armors. Bronze ingots to upgrade weapons and armor and forge powerful items. Specializes in unique weapons. Okay, so I don't need to really hire anyone else just yet, to be honest. But we can go here and go to the Frost Core. Go to the Reach expression. I think she's already got Rim Spike. Yep. Now what about this? She can't do it. Okay. What? I thought I gained another Sigil of Illusion, Force, Fire, and Frost. Okay. I do need to go to the bathroom real quick, and this is the first time today, so... I mean, we've been live for 2 hours, that's not terrible. How'd you get?
It's back in the deli. I've already got one.
Sit rep. Circle collapse imminent. Get to safety.
Where's that other backpack at you were talking about?
Inside the crack house. I want to say in the bottom.
It's funny, you say crack house and I know exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, fuck me! Okay. Woo! Woo!
I down one.
Got him at the small wall, 80.
Yeah, I
90.
down one inside of firing range, but he's getting picked up. Oh. He's camping
Zero's
inside
right.
the... There's two on a wall, and then there's
Down one, down one. One's down.
Circle collapse imminent. Get to safety.
Gun left, you.
Hostiles have established multiple UAVs.
Oh, no, I could walk backwards on my ball. What the fuck?
Hostile CUAV detected. Friendly tactical
He's there with the
beacon
shield.
online.
He gets a shield like every fucking 5 seconds, dude.
Good
That
fight.
shield takes like 30 minutes to come back. Only kid that went positive on the entire team.
Assault pack right here.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Just take cover.
Just take cover.
Where are they?
About 40 up the hill, and I'm out of fucking food. Shit, donkey. God damn it!
Oh!
That takes so many grenades, dude.
Hold on, I gotta... Okay. That was 62 meters for my longest.
Got him. He's down.
Eat shit, bitch.
There you go.
You regretted
There's
that.
a headshot too.
Now there's a guy
Bag.
on your left. Look down the left. Oh, hold up. Hold up. He's gonna be easier. He's down. Ooh, don't let him live. Don't let him live. Oh, that's beautiful.
Bitch!
Objective is to eliminate the bounty.
Oh, fuck me. I missed the building. Landed on them, but...
I'm fucking dead.
Really? No, you're not getting it. Why are you even asking?
Get brain, bitches.
Fuck them up. As well.
I need a site for...
Though I need to update my card because I got a new one. Damn, I had to get a new one.
Holy fuck, you guys are moving. I was not paying attention.
Vehicle coming up behind?
What's up then?
Vehicle coming up behind?
Get him, Gerb.
He's alone.
Oh!
You disgusting man.
Way, like, behind that. Ooh. Oh, really?
Yo, I got a fury kill, all of them being headshots in a nasty spawn trap. It was so nice.
That's what he gets for hitting me. Right there, that's what he gets. 3 snipes. Boom!
Rotating to the brick buildings.
Keep rotating up.
Yeah, take this hill. Hit him once.
Eat shit. Eat shit.
Hit him twice.
Eat shit!
Fuck it. No.
Like, tell me how funny that shit is. Hey, is that a raiding party right there? Fuck yeah, let's go. What the fuck?
To my left.
Dig.
It hurts. It hurts.
There you go, right there, marked.
Travel to indicated safe zone.
They're on the low side of that hill?
They're right there by that tree.
That second one was a quick scope. That dude's dead. Oh, he hit me. Oh, bitch!
Dude, I heard the scream, was wondering where the hell it came from, and then out of fucking nowhere I get died. Alright guys, sorry about that. Okay, so where were we? Oh, dude. So. So each of them looks exactly the same, but you have to draw different patterns. And there's actually 10 spires, not 5. Alright, so I don't understand why it's giving me, because there's only like 2 expressions. Oh. Volcanic weapon. Accent that uses fire and brimstone to cause material force spells to damage foes in a line. Rooted affliction to force and atrophy spells. Distant impact spells to travel through their targets in a piercing line. Okay, so near the caster. No, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do ranged and sigil of piercing. So she wouldn't be able to use it because it's automatically at 60 at that point. Alright, what about... So there's nothing. Okay. Bump ups, force. Range. Okay, so both of them can technically use this and it'll root somebody. And it's called Corrosive Bolt. Now what if I... That just tells me that I can use it faster. That puts the lore at 75 and neither of them are at that. And the range spell puts it at 65. Which means only one person would be able to use it. So, Concussive Bolt, I'm going to assign this and give it to her. Alright. So, oh shit, look at this. To the east, you see a deep ashing cloud surrounding the burning library. To the west, you see the shining spire of Lethian's Crossing. Alright, so we're going to go out into the world, and I guess the next one is down there. So there's a spire, there's a spire, there's a spire. That's 4 spires. Where's the... Oh, there's the 5th spire. Okay, let's go to Ironhearth. Marching your way along the backcountry road, you spot a small flock of rotund, feathered beasts waddling around through the grass down the hill. You recognize them as flightless, irritable birds, whose tough flesh seems a staple of life for many communities in the tiers. You could almost certainly pick one of the creatures off for dinner. Okay, so a breed of ornery, dun-colored birds, common throughout the tiers. Flightless, serve as a staple for hunters' diets. Due to their aggressive temperament and the gamey tastelessness of their meat, they've never proven popular among farmers. You know what? We're going to hunt it. Foul-tempered birds seem largely unaware of you for the moment. With little hesitation, you pounce among the dun-feathered birds like a predator, sending them scrambling. Your limbs lashing out like lightning, you manage to wrap your arms around one of the flightless, tackling it to the ground. For a moment, it seems not but a beak and claws all digging in at your skin, trying to fight its way free, but your fingers clasp the bird's neck. With a resounding snap, you end its struggle. You stand and brush yourself off, sure that your catch will provide a meal or two. Your heart thuds rapidly beneath your sternum, and you set yourself to the task of cleaning your prey. So I got 3 raw meat. Fucking nice. End encounter. Dude, I like these little encounters that you get. I think that's a nice little addition. Okay, so okay, let's delete this. Dude, I hate that it's doing all this. Like, it literally saves every single time we get to a new zone. Alright, so Ironhearth is a sanctuary for true northerners. We can't guarantee the safety of those who don't respect our ways. The Tearsmen are fools to deny Kairos' peace. I agree. Alright, so how big is this? Holy shit. This area is huge. Okay. So... oh, dude, I should have rested while I was up there.
Do you have eyes on this?
Sigil of Life and Regenerating. I'm going to give that to him. And see if that's a better staff, because I think it is. Yes, and what does Regenerating do? Plus 10 control of life, plus 1 health every 6 seconds. Hell yes. That bitch is gonna get sold. Yeah. So now we have a life staff, which should put his life, yep, look at that, up to 80. That's fucking nice. So, 59 Subterfuge. He can unlock it. What is this? Elixir of Resolve, huh? Oh shit. I don't want to put my sellable stuff up. Before I talk to people, I really like looting the area. Alright, Akelos. Greetings, Fatebinder. Akelos, 32nd Legion. The soldier salutes. Glad to see Tunon's Agent Grace Ironhearth. Ash's troop has no lack of order, but a servant of the court is always welcome. Between our missing commanders and a Scarlet Course lieutenant pinned down, I'm afraid we have our hands full. I suppose I could spare a moment for a conversation. You need something from me? Alright, give me just a second, guys. If you... and stairs. Okay, so tell me about the Scarlet Course Lieutenant. Seems our troops have this little maggot of a Scarlet Course Lieutenant cornered over at Kado Village. From what I'm hearing, it's the same guy who's been ransacking our caravans the past few weeks. If I wasn't already handling something for Ash, I'd go and skin the filth myself. You being here simplifies the matters. Make sure this lieutenant doesn't leave the village with his life. I will handle it. Good. Good of you to pitch in. No one will mourn the loss of one more chorus rat. A few questions before I go. Not a problem. What do you need? Naturally, you have my undivided attention. Where were you during the conquest? You could say, I've seen the tears from top to bottom. I dug latrines at our encampment at the great gates of judgment. Then my promotion sent me to Lethian's Crossing. Got into a few rows with the Bronze Brotherhood. Not a pretty sight. Then I had a brief deployment in Apex, but the fighting was winding down around when I arrived. After that, I did a tour of Stalwart, but got transferred out before the edict tore everything apart. Tell me about your home in the north. I hail from Balmywell, a small hamlet far west of Kairos' capital. It's nothing glorious, but I can trace 6 generations back there, so it's home. I hope to return there someday with a heap of tales, rings, and renown. Once Graven Ash gave me his favor and recruited me to join the army, my family went from respectable farmers to elite folk. Better regarded or respected than damn near anyone. They must be doing well for themselves. How did you join the disfavored? Ahead of the conquest, Graven Ash sent recruiters to one of the outlying towns, looking for worthy talent. The village held a tourney and melee to demonstrate our local muscle. Nothing fancy, mind you. It was mostly fighting on hay bales with wooden spears. I had the distinction of toppling even the biggest contender. A familiar tale, and one after my own heart. Barrick nods with respect. It's a good thing I succeeded. I'm more useful to Kairos on the field of battle than a field of wheat. Farewell. Alright, so... travel to Kaido village. Halfway's dead. The disfavored soldier chuckles with disdain. The Scarlet Chorus fighter. Consider it, not for a second. We pick our soldiers from the elite, northern families. We don't recruit from flies buzzing over a mass grave. Are the disfavored so narrow-minded? My gang's strength delivered us across half a dozen battles with a line of fallen enemies in our wake. Not many conscripts can say the same. The question is not a matter of your skill, but of your breeding, your training, your pedigree. Noticing you, the Iron Guard salutes. Hail, Graven Ash. Fatebinder. Hail, Graven Ash. Fatebinder, if I might take a moment of your time, what do you need? This person comes representing a Scarlet Chorus gang. What do you call yourselves again? The Grinning Bleeders. We have a long and storied reputation in the Scarlet Chorus ranks. Killers of the highest order, my gang. He puffs up his chest with pride. Before I was a boss here, I ran the Broken Shits, the Salty Nightmares, the Trap Gang. Everyone made a name for themselves during a war. In any case, he's asking to join the disfavored, which is out of the question. I've explained the numerous reasons why we can't allow it, but the wretch won't listen. Is that accurate? It is. We're not looking for special treatment, just a new beginning. Seeing as we're healthy, fit, and combat ready, the Ironclads should have no reason to refuse us, especially since they're low on numbers. That may be true, but it's no excuse to pollute our respectable ranks with your company. We're more than capable. Put any weapon in our hands or send us on any suicide mission. It'll be mercy compared to what we faced under the voices of Nerit. If we join the disfavored wouldn't have to compromise their staunch northern morals. We would take the bloody work off their hands. Do you want me to decide on the matter? You must know Kairos' law back to front, and I trust you know our traditions as well. If it peels this lamprey off my backside, I'll allow it. Speaking for my gang, we'll accept your judgment. We're eager to crack some Tearsman's skulls with Kairos' army again, no matter what color they wear. Let me take your testimony first. Of course, I have nothing to hide. Why can't the recruits join the disfavored? Where do I start? Not only does Graven Ash handpick his disfavored from the decorated northern stock, he takes a personal interest in our training and education. We are his sons and daughters. To accept anything less in our ranks would hold the very process in contempt. The only capacity they could serve would be manual labor, hauling wagons or digging latrines. But that's the work of slaves and not what they've come requesting. Why this interest in the disfavored? Better training, better quarters, iron weapons. The disfavored have everything we wanted out of our journey out of joining the military. We want to serve Kairos to the best of our abilities. Is that asking too much? Old Ironclad here seems to think so. Their respect for command leaves something to be desired. Why did you leave the Scarlet Chorus? Our old gang boss fell at the last battle of Endrian's Well. We saw how the disfavored operated and realized it was a chance for a better life, a longer one too. Desertion happens every day in the Scarlet Chorus. I can tell that we won't be missed. I'm ready to make a ruling. Good, whatever's fair, we're prepared to stand by it. You abandon your duties. Execution is the only recourse. You are no longer in the military. Go live civilian lives and keep Kairos' peace as best you can. I consign you to hard labor, hauling wagons, digging latrines. On second thought, allow me to consider my question. Anytime. Okay, so he did technically abandon his duties, and technically death is the only recourse. So the question is, do we let him live and leave and go do his civilian thing, or do we kill him or give him hard labor? I really don't care about gaining wrath from the Scarlet Chorus. I could give two shits, but they abandoned their posts. You know what? What? Who said that was an option on the table? Tunon doesn't tolerate desertion, neither do I. You did when you submitted to my judgment. Farewell. My thanks, Fatebinder. I'll make sure this derelict is handled appropriately. You have my permission to hunt the rest of the gang as well. Be sure that you do. Farewell. To be sure, the officer nods with enthusiasm. One gang cut off from the rest of the mob should make for an easy enough hunt. My archers are in desperate need of target practice. What's up, Mac? Good morning. Good afternoon. Well, we just consigned him to death, so there's that. Stall contains spoils acquired from the battlefield, all neatly labeled and organized. Alright, so don't mind my prisoner. Kind of you to stop and chat. I'm in a sticky situation, and no one in my gang is alive or around to help me out. Stop wasting the Fatebinder's time. He has better things to do than listen to a criminal's mewling. I'll be the judge of that. Tell me your problem, soldier. Thanks for hearing me out. The disfavored aren't keen on conversations. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. It's impossible to get word in edgewise. She glares at her captor. Soldiers caught me outside a breach in the old walls. That's it. I wasn't inside. I hadn't stuck my toe through the threshold, and I wasn't dancing with any bane. I have a healthy relationship with self-preservation. Then why are you arrested? You're only hearing one side of the story, Fatebinder. Our scouts observed this wretch readying to enter the old walls. Her account is flawed. Her guilt witnessed by multiple trustworthy northerners. The soldier makes a point of standing extra straight when he addresses you. Okay. I'm sorry. Is readying to enter the best you have? Because I could just as easily argue that you're readying to get knifed between your shoulder blades, but it doesn't count for shit unless I see blood and bronze. Doing good. We might actually get some rain during the night, so it should be a bit cooler tomorrow. Dude. Rain is definitely a good thing. We've been getting rained every afternoon though, and our pond out back really needed it, because when we first moved in here last year, the pond was really high, right? And then over the non-rainy season, so the dry season, our pond lost about half of its height, and now we're back up to higher than it was last year, which is crazy. But I've been good, man. I've been good. Did everything get fixed with the AC or anything like that in your work? I know the last thing you said was like the AC in your work sucked ass and it wasn't working. I didn't go into the old walls. Case closed. Before I adjudicate on this matter, I need your mutual cooperation. If you ask me, this prisoner has already been tried and sentenced, but if this little game will silence her caterwauling, then be my guest. I'll stand by your decision. It couldn't land me anywhere worse than this. What were you doing outside the old walls? My gang went inside. As I tried to tell the disfavored clods 100 times over, I shouted myself raw, trying to get them back out, but the gang was having none of it. Our leader discovered the breach and got himself excited over the chances of finding treasure. Try as I might, I couldn't talk him out of it. Soldier, can you speak to this defense? I wasn't there, of course. I'm unfamiliar with the arrest record. There was no gang, just a lone opportunist out trying to make a fortune breaking Kairos' law. The scouts could tell just by looking at her that she was headed for the breach. She's a fiery one. Put up quite a fight when they took her into custody. I have no reason to doubt the charges. Dude, so get this. Okay, if she wasn't actually in the old walls, and she was just standing by it, then she didn't break a single law. You can't tell me that somebody was about to do something, because unless they did it, there is no about to. Like, it doesn't matter. They didn't do it. So, yeah, this whole case is fucking stupid. So you had no interest in entering the old walls. Never. I grew up in the tiers. Even we knew better than to go inside the old walls. If not because of Kairos' law, because the things lurking inside like to eat us. Whatever you can find in the shadow of those ruins, it's not worth the risk. So what's your gang doing in the old walls? Causing trouble, looting, no more or less than what gangs do. Our boss was obsessed with holding his position, which is healthy when you're in the Scarlet Chorus. When he came to the conclusion that the old walls might have some powerful artifacts, he resolved himself to find one at all costs. Here it's been mostly hot and dry so far, quite different from last year, when the rain pretty much fell sideways, and I got caught in that a couple of times. Damn, dude. Nothing new on the AC so far. I'm afraid it might still be some time until my boss gets around to having it fixed. A new one installed. Damn, dude. Well, our AC in the house, like, you know that our AC has been having issues. I think Friday or Saturday, somebody's going to come out and look at it. So I think that's what the wife is planning right now, is somebody coming out this weekend to actually check ours out. But dude, life without AC sucks ass. Sucks ass, bro. Like, I don't know how you can work inside of a building with no AC. That's gotta blow. Funny to see a guy so wrapped up in survival trying to get himself killed. Any idea where your gang is now? I never saw them make it out of the old walls, so either they did or they didn't. My money's on the latter. If they made it out, they aren't wasting their breath trying to find me, so fuck them. What's a favorable ruling worth to you? I'd love to help you there, but the disfavored took everything I had. Pity, I had a mountain of rings that I would have split. You can thank our mutual friend over there. She nods to the stone shield. The young lady was captured with some rusted weapons and a pittance of rings. I would hardly call that a mountain. You have your story, I have mine. Did your gang cause the breach in the old walls? What? Are you kidding me? It would either take incredible force or incredible magic to bash through that ancient barrier. We had neither at our disposal. Either one of Kairos' edicts or some local mage caused the breach. Whatever ruling you make, don't pin that on me. I'm inclined to agree. Don't make the mistake of giving this one too much credit. I'm ready to make my judgment. Let's have it then. I hope you've got everything you needed. I don't trust your testimony. I find you guilty. If you weren't in the old walls, you weren't in the old walls. I rule in your favor. At the very least, the evidence is insufficient to prove the charges. You're free to go. On second thought, yeah, dude, that's... 3 is the only choice. Shrewd, Fatebinder, very shrewd. I think you'll do just fine. This goes against my orders and my reason, but I cannot argue the ruling of Tunan's agent. I'll let you go. Try and stay out of trouble. I'll stay out of the old walls, but that's all I can promise. Yeah, so it's exactly what I thought, man. It's like, unless she was actually in there, you cannot prove that she was about to go in there. So sitting there and holding her, saying that she was about to go in somewhere, is fucking stupid. Like, that doesn't make sense. Alright, so salutations, Grimster. It's difficult to separate the fact from superstition when it comes to the edicts, as it seems only Kairos knows how it all works. The rest of us are left to live in fear and ponder it all. Kairos' edicts are a sort of magic above and beyond even the Archons. I dare say the edicts are stronger than Kairos, as there's no evidence Kairos can willingly stop an edict once set into motion, which is, in part, why Kairos' edicts seem to have an until or unless clause in their wording. I know the edict, as powerful as it is, requires a human's voice to complete the casting. Thus, the Overlord has people like you to proclaim edicts cast far from Imperial throne. The magic is Kairos' magic, but the human voice is the final carrier or trigger to complete the magic phenomenon. And here's what's most fascinating. At least as far as you're concerned, there have been dozens of mortal agents who have been made to proclaim edicts. 2/3 of them die within a decade, and many gave reports of lingering mystic scars from the ordeal. And there have also been a handful to resolve or break an edict. These until or unless clauses get fulfilled from time to time, and we see a similar pattern in history. Those who resolve an edict often live short lives, and many speak of arcane side effects of the shattered edicts. Here's where you're unique. To the best of my fact-finding, you are the first to proclaim and break the exact same edict. Whatever mystical power is involved in the creation and destruction of such magics, you're the first to stand at the terminus of both. Now that I know the spires can be awoken, it makes sense that if anything can or would wake them from a slumber, a shattered edict seems the likely culprit. Kairos has other edicts in place throughout the tiers. If you truly wish to learn more, perhaps you should take it upon yourself to shatter those edicts. After all, if Kairos did not wish for the edicts to be broken, why include a termination clause? Now I'm going to ask him about the spires. Dear Myothis, it seems wise to know one's own domain, and seeing as I'm now the master of the mountain spire, I ought to learn all that I can. If you would share with me what you know of the spires, I would be in your debt. I'll start with what I know and have observed so far. The mountain spire seemed to awaken at the same time, or same instant that Kairos' edict of execution was put to rest. There was a burst of arcane energy that drowned out my senses, and I awoke at the summit of the spire, what seemed to be just a few heartbeats of time. Atop the spire is an old sculpture of sorts, and it seems to be the core of the spire's mystic energies. I have been seeing visions and receiving sensations from the sculpture. It seems odd to describe it as talking to me, but that seems the closest analogy. Am I the first to report such things? There are other spires elsewhere in the world, correct? Grimster, salutations. Okay, so this is me writing back to him, so I'm going to send it. So in 24 hours, he'll respond again. So we've also got... Well, it's a rather small shop, so I can have a window and the door open to get a draft. Also, having AC at home is pretty rare here, so I'm used to it being hot inside to some degree. It's cooler in my apartment than at work, though. Dude, wait, where are you from again, man? Because I know your time difference is like crazy compared to us, so... I wonder if I can talk to her again. Austria, okay, yeah, there you go. Okay, I got you. Sometimes I get dizzy. Fire feels good. Okay. Dude, there's a lot.
Tough job being so remarkable all the time.
That scared me, okay. Okay, so she just kind of leveled up because she spotted something, which is really weird. Okay, that puts her will at 18. Wait, hold on. Plus 3% ability and spell cooldown. Quickness. Yeah, I'm gonna put that to 19 and then start doing the spell cooldown. So, what was the one that I was looking at? Afflictions applied to Ebb have their duration reduced. Purifying waters. Conjure enchanted waters to wash over the target, removing a random hostile effect. Creates a powerful wave that repels foes in a cone. And what was this one? Gain a bonus to all frost. Shock and frost damage. Okay. Afflictions applied to her have their time reduced. That's the one that I went with. So we have Osmia and Zephylos to talk to. The production of new potions isn't keeping up with demand. Many of these bottles remain empty. Oh, look, Graven Ash is standing there. Good to see you, Fatebinder. I hope you're representing the disfavored whilst out on your adventures. Alright, I gotta pull that out of there because that's a sellable shit. Weapons, consumables, accessories, spire. So this is everything that I can use in the spire. By the way, he said that this is a, like, unique legendary or some shit like that weapon, and he can remake it, so... I thought that was pretty neat. But I also don't want to, like, overdo anything and then not have the money to keep things working in my areas. Even though you're not a fully fledged disfavored recruit, I've been authorized to grant you purchasing rights from our store, within certain limits, of course. Would you like to see what we have to offer? Wait, what limits are those? It's nothing personal, I assure you. Graven Ash wants us to control our supplies without restricting access to his army supporters like yourself. The finest arms and freshest provisions are reserved for the soldiers under his direct command. I'm sure you understand. The Archon takes our protection very seriously. Understood. Alright, so let's go to him. Oh, wait, who's holding it? You are. So let's trade all that. So he's got disfavored iron sword. Oh, dude. The DPS is less than mine, but the armor pen is where it's at. Stone tower shield, fine. It's the same. You get more dodge, more dodge. Iron guard armor, what? I mean, that's kind of neat looking. Oathbound Lieutenant's leathers. Oathbound armor. What am I using? I'm using Forge Apprentice armor. Scroll of Sigil of Stone core. That would teach me how to cast stone spells. Binding Oath is one-handed and ranged. What exactly is it? Is it a spear? Kind of looks like a dagger. Heal nearby allies when defeated. Passive. Allied, not self, AoE, plus 44% health. This was a dagger formerly attributed to the decorated veterans of Lothans. Okay, so it is a dagger. Alright, I don't need any of that. For one, I barely have any money. For two, I just barely have any money. You must be the Fatebinder of Tunon, the disfavored Ironwalker bows. Welcome to the Iron Hearth. I'm sure that Graven Ash appreciates any help you can offer. Circumstances have a way of coming together so that disfavored are always stretched thinner than we would like. What can I do for you? Why are the disfavored so overworked? She rubs her palms together and frowns. We're trying to shoulder the brunt of this civil war without the strength of numbers. The Scarlet Chorus can throw 1,000 disposable bodies at an issue without a second thought. But we're forced to be a little more discriminating. We might be trained to deal with the stress of combat and all-night drills, but we're fatigued, even by the high standard we set for ourselves. She studies you in a cautious manner. Not that I need to burden an agent of the court with my misgivings. Once the war is over and the tears are properly subdued, my hope is that Kairos dispatches some relief troops to support the occupation. We all deserve a season of rest. The court is always receptive to the needs of the soldiers. Your point is noted. That's very generous of you to say, Fatebinder. I'm grateful to know that someone is listening. A nervous smile brightens her expression. Where were you during the conquest? After the Edict of Storms hit, I spent some time among the ruins of Stalwart, digging out survivors from the Legion. Afraid I didn't find much. She glances up at Barrick. You must have moved on by then, or else we would have assembled a team to excavate you. My prison moved with me. There was no reason to tarry. He bows his head respectfully. I still think about the brothers and sisters we left behind. Sometimes I can imagine that I hear their voices carry on the wind. Damn, dude. Alright, so we've done all this outer thing. We've got to loot in there. Alright, let's go inside. We have to talk to Graven Ash for one. I'm hoping that there's something like over here that's hidden. Holy fuck, dude. All these soldiers. Stone shield, stone shield. Ironwalker. Ironwalker. The report... Okay, hold on. I gotta read it down here. These reports list all known Scarlet Chorus outposts and strongholds, as well as troop compositions. It's safe to assume that Graven Ash has his own eyes and ears within the ranks of his enemies. I mean, it makes sense. Alright, Graven, let's talk. Fatebinder. No one in recent history has reached the pinnacle of a spire, and yet you step to the top as if they were intended for your occupation. What do you have to say for yourself? Still figuring out what it can mean. If they help me conduct this war, then you should have nothing to complain about. They offer certain strategic advantages, so you only regard them as tactical bastions. Perhaps that is best. Whatever power raised the spires and holds them aloft, better that you not let it preoccupy your efforts. What is it that you require? We have a realm to conquer in the name of Kairos. What's our next move? Glory to the Overlord, he shouts, and the breastplates of the surrounding disfavored rattle with their salutes. With the voices of Nereid's betrayal of our cause, our mission to control this forsaken peninsula has become all the more dire. We had thought the Vendrian Guard were the final death rattle of this region's defiance. We were wrong. The Tears have risen up against Kairos, emboldened by their countrymen. What's funny is that the voices of Nereid was actually, you know, the one that helped the Vendrian Guard rise up again. Dude, I have, like, acid reflux going on right now, and it sucks. While the disfavored labored to maintain order, the Serpent of the Voices of Nereid grows his army of lunatics and sellswords, preparing to lash out when we least expect it. So our little exercise in defiance wasn't a total failure. I'll try to find some cold comfort in that knowledge. There can be no peace while the Voices of Nereid lives, and no order while the Scarlet Chorus rampage across the lands. The elimination of chaos must be our first priority. Then we will have our time to govern the Tears as Kairos intended. Can I depend upon your support against this scourge? What would you have me do? Our position of authority in the Blade Grave is far more secure. Wait, what? The Blade Grave is the name given to what remains of the realm of the Stalwart. After its ruination when Kairos proclaimed the Edict of Storms upon the lands, the magical storms struck the disfavored and unbroken armies during the height of their engagement. Now most of what remains is a blighted landscape of discarded armor and weapons, and high winds to rust the human dust. High winds of rust and human dust. Jesus. We need to establish ourselves in the region in order to cultivate our strength for the battle to come. As soon as I am confident in our chances, we will depart this realm and wipe the Chorus threat from the face of Teradus. The Unbroken, former daughters and sons of Stalwart, vex our efforts to secure this region. The Edict of Storms offers them cover. They slip past our patrols in the light of day, holding their movement behind the clouds and dust and debris. Kairos cast this blight on the country to set an example, not to plague those of us loyal to the north. You must travel to Sentinel Stand and seek this Stratus Harridan. He is the last of the old Stuart bloodline who called themselves regents. Put him to the sword and end this edict once and for all. Who is Stratus Harridan? The last of the elder bloodline, that ruled Stalwart and maintained its dignity. He's also a filthy coward. During the last battle of Stalwart, he crouched behind the walls of Sentinel Stand Keep and refused to meet our forces on the field of battle. Why is he so important to the edict? He would neither surrender nor impel his soldiers to do so. As such, Kairos decreed that the storms would ravage the country until the regent was dead. Stratus Harridan was free to kill himself, of course, but he was either too proud or too gutless for the task. Why has no one killed Harridan yet? Because he persists in crouching behind the walls of Sentinel Stand. With the Edict of Storms raging around the Citadel, no one has been able to enter or exit since the last year of conquest. No bird or missive has left the Windwall, either. The Edict is all the proof we have that Harridan still lives. Tell me of the Edict of Storms. Kairos visited the plague upon the people of Stalwart to punish their leaders' cowardice. We had thought the edict would have been dispelled long ago, but to our dismay, it endures. The rust and debris filling the air is a source of constant irritation, and hampers our ability to conduct this war on our terms. You should consider the subjugation of Stalwart and the ending of his edict tasks of equal importance. Thankfully, your goals are well matched. The persistence of the edict is tied to Harridan's bloodline. Kairos decreed that the storms will continue until the last of the regents is slain. In the regents to end the edict and return to me victorious. I understand what must be done. I'll make for the Blade Grave at once. Find the last regent, kill him, end this edict of storms, and staunch this seeping wound of rebellion once and for all. The downfall of Unbroken and the old regent will send a message throughout the tiers. Our rule is absolute, and dissidence will not be tolerated. Could we not find a common ground with the people of Stalwart? I will travel to Sentinel Stand and judge by my findings. You know what? Yes. If your perspective is a lawful and orderly as it ought to be, the right path should seem clear. The Unbroken must be destroyed, and the edict must end. Should you arrive at any other conclusion, I suggest that you stifle your opinion and follow orders like any good soldier. Alright, fucker. The Unbroken Legion was the proud and accomplished army of the realm of Stalwart. Citing their victories as evidence of their skill, prided themselves with never facing defeat while fighting on home soil. After the Edict of Storms tore apart Stalwart and twisted it into the Blade Grave, barely a 20th of the Unbroken's former strength survived to continue the war against Kairos' forces. Alright, dude. There's one final matter to discuss. My daughter went missing in the second year of the conquest. I have reason to believe she is trapped in the fortress of Sentinel Stand. If you find Amelia, bring her home to me. How do you know she's in Sentinel Stand? It's the one location in all of Stalwart we cannot reach. If her detachment of soldiers was taken captive, she would have been placed beyond my power. No doubt for the southern wrenches to use for negotiation. His expression twists with distaste. Tell me about Amelia. She has her father's stubborn persistence. She is an excellent fighter, though more brazen and eager to test herself on the field of battle. I have objected to this disposition in the past, but it seems as integral to her being as the very breath she draws. Our relationship has endured its challenges. The last several years, I have been a better general to her than a father. Once the war is over and she is restored to the Legion, I hope we can find ourselves to know each other once more. Okay. What makes you think she's still alive? We have traveled together through this fallen, corrupt land. You are no doubt aware of the Aegis I extend to my troops. It is the boon I grant my northerners for loyal service and devotion to our shared cause. The Aegis. Graven Ash, Archon of War, is capable of shielding his soldiers from injury and fatigue. This protective influence exerts itself even from far away or as he sleeps. If he sleeps, rumors disagree. Few understand how this arcane power works, but all who have faced the disfavored in battle will attest that Ash's soldiers can survive serious harm and shrug off the fatigue of starvation or long marches in heavy armor. When the disfavored are wounded, Ash's Aegis, as some refer to the Archon's unique power, appears to help the disfavored swiftly recuperate and return to battle. That's fucking cool. As my army feels my guardianship, I am keenly aware of them in turn. Their concern, their pain, it is my burden to carry as their leader. Amelia is alive. I have awoken at night in cold sweats, my bile rising with violence. What torment she suffers at the hands of those stalwart animals is a mystery. I only want her restored to heal in the company of the Legion. Could she have willingly abandoned her duties? If I find her, I'll ensure her safe return. Sounds like a conflict of interest. I'll bring her back if I have time. If I find her, I'll ensure her safe return. That is all I ask. Amelia is but one soldier. Yet if I had the forces to dispatch, I would make her retrieval my highest priority. She is a commander of the highest renown and a paragon of the northern values. Fatebinder, I offer you my support on this mission. The Blade Grave is a place of memory. I left many cohorts buried among the ruins, and no small part of myself as well. Could you elaborate? The matter is a sensitive one, but I fear to speak in the company of the great general, though he doubtless knows already. Beric attempts to stand tall before Graven Ash. Speak on, son of Baraconan. Nothing I've seen you accomplish in the field has diminished you in my eyes, and I know my soldiers as well as I know myself. Ash nods with approval. I lost countrymen by the hundreds in the last day of the Stalwart campaign, and for my troubles, I became fused with this armor. The Blade Grave is the last place I ever felt human. That is all I will say about it now. The last battle of Stalwart was a terrible time. Perhaps most of you who survived, I mourn those we lost, and recite their names often during the morning drills. We cannot restore their broken bodies to the north, but we can remember them as they were. You have much invested in this mission. Of course you can accompany me. I appreciate that, Fatebinder. Graven Ash is attentive and understanding to each of his troops, and it pleases me to see his example in you. And in you, Armored One, never forget that I found you at the mere germination of your potential, and you have accomplished much in the ensuing years. So thank you, General. Though it's impossible to tell through his helmet, you assume that Barrick is blushing. Your map is already marked with the position of Sentinel Stand. It would take me 100 lifetimes to forget those old walls, or the day of the Edict shattered our advances. I have further questions for the Archon of War. Ask, Fatebinder. Take care with your time. The Unbroken crawl over this territory like ants, unchecked by our northern boot. More about the Disfavored. We are more than a mere army. I ensure that the Disfavored Legion represents everything we hold dear in the North. Rigid discipline, training to perfection, respect for law, and the importance of family. As conquerors, it is our duty to reach the savage lands, not just how to live up to the values the Empire sets, but how to live for them. What is the Legion's history? As Kairos conquered the North under a single banner, there were those of us who resisted the call to unification. I was a young warlord at the time, petulant and inflated by pride. I rallied the sons and daughters of the North to stand against Kairos. Our offensive was valiant. We planted our shield walls between the armies of Kairos and our homeland, declaring that no tyrant would dare cross us. You actually stood against him? Unbelievable as it may seem in retrospect, that is so. At the time, I thought it the only available option. Bending the knee to a foreign power was not a prospect I could audience easily. Our name suggests the army was a blemished history, but our uprising in defense of the North is a source of pride. Oh, you made me two. I only wanted one, but thank you, baby. I know. Thank you. Would that I could have stood in your shield wall, General. Okay, so I gotta find a place to put these. Hold on. My wife brought me some sandwiches. It's because she's awesome. Okay. You were there in essence, my champion. The bloodline of Barraconan reaches into the deepest annals of northern lore, or else you would not count yourself among my beloved soldiers. Yay, sandwiches! Ash inclines his head towards Barrick with reverence. We held our ground for a time, drawing the attention of others would add their strength to ours. Every victory was discussed and celebrated by other warring factions that refused to submit. As you have witnessed, none can stand against Kairos. Eventually, my legion shattered against the relentless onslaught of Archons and soldiers. They brought me in chains before Tunon. He told me that enemies of Kairos would all be put to the sword unless I took that one opportunity to surrender and join the fold. Go on. Out of loyalty and love for my countrymen, I swallowed my pride and bent the knee, offering my sword and life to the Empire. My army was granted the rights of Kairos' peace, and we lived on as servants of the Overlord. Since we had transgressed and rebelled against the offerings of Kairos' protection, my elite legion was stripped of their decorated name and dubbed Disfavored, a mocking reminder of our past crimes. Even as we stand above all others in the ways of war, we struggle to earn back Kairos' favor. Every soldier in my legion is descended from one of those who stood with me during the rebellion. I keep them close to me because they were the finest northern stock, and their continued lineage is a reminder of Kairos' mercy. What's up, dude? Yeah, man, everything's good. Everything's good. We're playing this game called Tyranny. It's pretty fun. It's a lot of reading, like a lot of reading, so that's the only downside. I wish it was voice acted. Tell me of the units. Most of the Legion is made up of stone shields. They are the bricks in our shield wall. The Iron Walkers are trained and efficient killers who branch out from behind the phalanx to fight among the enemy ranks. Crescent Runners are the fleet-footed light infantry who bait the enemy into premature attack. The Oathbound are specialized scouts and advanced infantry. Then there are the Iron Guard, tempered in the forge of war, armored to survive any blow, and commanders of surpassing skill. I've read this before. The only other units are my Earthshakers, the former mages of Cairn, who command avalanches and harness nature's fury to our ends. Do we regard the Southerners with great severity? Oh shit. Oh, do tell. Ebb's eyes alight with excitement. Do we smell bad? Is it the accent? The Legion takes hatred of the Tearsmen and elevates it to an art form. Just what exactly did we do to offer such offense? The South has squatted in willful ignorance of Kairos' superiority for so long that they don't deserve my respect. As the rest of the Empire coalesced into a united, shared culture, the Tearsmen prided themselves as distinct. We looked on them from afar with nothing but scorn. At least I see... Oh, all that I see in the Tears confirms my bias. There's lawlessness, neglect, corruption, infighting. Everything the vaunted North has disposed of through superior breeding and culture. I see hope and potential. This place is unformed in its duty. Fashion it appropriately. You don't see that as contradictory. You stood up against Kairos after all. Ooh. Ha. That happened centuries ago, during the earliest days of Northern conquest. If you think those periods of history can easily be compared, then you are more short-sighted than I could have imagined. I stood against a presumptive overlord to defend a way of life that no longer exists. The South can afford no such illusions. Kairos has dominated every corner of Teradus, and claiming these lands by might is already accomplished in all but name. I wish this was voice acted, man. The realms of the South are willfully ignorant of their place in the world, and I will neither celebrate or flatter it with the terms like independence or rebellion. With full knowledge of the consequences, the former lords of the South endangered the lives of their people. This cannot be tolerated. Water. Okay. Of course, it's possible that these Tearsmen may come to enjoy the best of Kairos' offerings, but it will take generations of trial and long-term eradication of culture as they know it. A worthy pursuit by any standard. Nice to hear the General confirm it. The Tearsmen are a naturally defiant folk, and you'd have to silence our ways for generations to shake the courage and tenacity out of our blood. Keep talking, Tidecaster. You can join your friends in one of the many grass graves that litter the realm. Barrick, that's inappropriate. Eb was just stating an opinion. Know your place, mage. Your commentary is not needed here. Vendrian's well was proof that opinions are poison. I would not have them in this company or in this fortress. A pity we aren't of similar mind. Do the disfavored have their own laws? I hold the Legion to a particular set of standards. We don't have laws as you would know them under Tunan's teachings, but every soldier in the Legion is aware of my expectations. The first, honor the Legion in thought and deed. I cannot allow atrocity or heinous crime to drag my respectable Northmen into shame. I expect my soldiers to follow Kairos' mandates and conduct themselves respectably. The second, honor all oaths with your life. This respects the vows made to me as an Archon and Kairos' overlord. There can be no formal marriage for the disfavored ranks. This is to prevent any obligations higher than the military. My soldiers can pair up and sire offspring as they wish. The North needs daughters and sons, and I would not force my countrymen to choose between family and loyalty. And last, honor your shield and weapon. The maintenance and care of arms and armor are critical to a soldier's success on the field. Of course, there are rare exceptions. How do you fare under that shell of iron, son of Barraconan? The Archon regards Barrack with interest. Well enough, General. I know I'm not in top form, but I'm able to execute my duties with distinction. As you say, as you say. Let's talk about something else. I'm not made for idle chatter, but in this case I will oblige. Your rebellion. You are to be right curious about our history, but it concerns me that you would speak of rebellion. The battles of the past are centuries cold and hard as iron. The uprising from the past might inform our present efforts. They might at that. None of the squalling tearsmen hold a candle to my efforts, but I would rather you marched forth understanding your enemy than not. So you want to hear how I decimated the armies of Kairos, built my legion around the northern values, and achieved a measure of power. It's true that I accomplished much as a northern warlord, but my life began in earnest under the overlord's tutelage. Who did you defeat during your rebellion? I defeated Blood Echo, the Archon of War at the time, by leading him into a trap. He must have been so consumed by the fury of the hunt that he overlooked a bit of hasty misdirection. Ash chuckles and shakes his head. Even the execution of that foe was nothing compared to the victory I would win later. I also defeated the voices of Nerit. The general beams with pride. Strange to imagine that happening so many years ago. And here we are again. My legion nearly destroyed the Scarlet Chorus. Humiliated them, in fact. I suspect the Archon of Secrets is still licking his wounded pride. His soldiers are as disposable and unloved as anything can be. The Voices holds his pride and satisfaction in high regard. He's crafty enough that nothing can wound him deeply, though I seem to have earned that distinction. Okay. What was it like to assume the Archon of War's mantle? Well, at first I was unaware that I had assumed any power beyond my normal authority. It might seem obvious now, but war tends to confuse such things. I had no desire whatsoever to claim or accept such responsibility under Kairos. It took years for me to fully come to terms with my own surrender and subjugation. But if I was meant for any title in the honored hierarchy of Archons, war seemed an appropriate one for me. In truth, I think of myself more as a general and a father. Tell me about fighting the Archons. We won many battles against the Archons, though we did the most damage against the Voices of Nerit. He was by no means the only Archon to assault our shield wall. When the Archon of Entropy tarnished our weapons, we fought with wood. When the Archon of Sorrow sapped our fervor, we rallied around Songs of the North. I dismantled their offensive, even though I lacked an Archon's education or experience. No doubt this is one of the reasons Kairos singled me out to join the ranks. How did you rise to power? That tale is bound to the rebellion itself. I always inspired loyalty and devotion in my soldiers, but as the years wore on, I grew to love them in turn. Every stone shield is as dear to me as a blood relation, and I would go to any length to see them succeed. As we know all too well, General. Barrack strikes a fierce salute. When we stood tall against Kairos, the women and men of my legion trained harder, marched farther, and endured more than even I had taught them. We were unstoppable. The soldiers credited me with this new advantage. I had given them my total commitment, and they felt protected and strengthened by my presence. At first, I thought it merely their nature to look to their leader for courage, but nay, they were the first to discover the truth. What truth was that? I was the root cause of their strength. Maybe it was the rigors of war or the desperation of our cause, but I had awoken into some greater power that I only dimly understood. My devotion gave the Legion strength, and their loyalty made them fight beyond any human capacity. At first, I attributed the performance of my Legion to their training and breeding, but soon it became clear that something greater was afoot. I suspected this redoubled Kairos' interest in me. The power of an Archon is something to be nurtured or stamped out in accordance with Tunan's judgment. I told you guys, this is a lot of reading, man. Once the forces of Kairos viewed my influence over the troops as a demonstrable threat, they resolved to put an end to my defiance once and for all. They sent every army they could spare after us, all but sacrificing the Scarlet Chorus in the process. Eventually, as all detractors do, even I fell. What happened next? They dragged me to Tunan's court in chains. I killed a dozen guards on the journey. If I was to be shackled for the Overlord's delight, I would pay back the indignity in blood. When I knelt before the Adjudicator and felt the force of his judging stare, my temper cooled, turning from anger to fear. That's about how I imagined Ari would have coped. What? Had she been taken in chains. Ebb chuckled softly, showing only a moment's flash of sorrow. Tunan offered me the terms of my own sentence. If I walked the path of insubordination, then the lives of my soldiers were forfeit. If I bent the knee to Kairos, an opportunity that would not present itself twice, then I could continue to serve my legion as their Archon. It was a difficult choice, but not so trying that it paralyzed me. My soldiers had not earned such glory to see it all snuffed out before their time. After I made the choice, Tunan invited me to the Council of Archons, where my loyalties were affirmed, and my place among their number sealed in a compact to Kairos. No sooner had I become the Archon to my soldiers than I became the Overlord's Archon of War. You already know the rest. My vaunted legion became disfavored. The Archons even forced me to cast off my northern surname. Graven was a joke at my expense, since I buried my pride in the past. I'm a vassal of Kairos now, but the protection of my soldiers is secure. I have guided their family lines across generations, and the disfavored show no sign of slowing. Do you ever wish you had remained defiant to Kairos? What? What is that? Fatebinder, I hope I didn't just hear you utter those words. Ash narrows his eyes. You're walking a fine line asking the Archon these sorts of questions, Fatebinder. I would take care with how you address the General in the future. I only ask out of curiosity. I asked you a question, General. As Tunan's Fatebinder, I deserve an answer. You've gained fear with Barrack. You have gained wrath with Graven Ash. You go too far questioning the General like this. Don't say you weren't warned. Ooh, you deserve nothing. You think just because the Adjudicator gives you a measure of authority that I am obligated to disclose my thoughts to the likes of a legal clerk. I am not as giving as Tunan. My trust is earned, and your impertinence in thinking you're warranted anything sours any estimate I had of your worth. I have never second-guessed my decision. Had I remained defiant, my beloved Northerners would have faced execution, and by my own hand I would have followed them to the grave. The North fell to Kairos. I mourned for the old ways even as I served the Conqueror's will, but over time we rose to become greater than a short-sighted warlord could ever dream. The next time you question my loyalty, remember what I have done in the name of army and country. I am the Archon of War. If you seek an expert in backstabbing, perhaps you would better served in the voices near its company. I hope we understand each other. Don't take it personally, old man. I apologize. Words are easier to forgive than actions, but take care that you don't offend me in the future. Your guileless question reeks of accusation, and most archons will not heed the difference. Alright. Dude. He did not like that one bit. Investigate, sentinel stand, keep. Alright, so I'm gonna go over here. I think I've got stuff to sell. Nope, maybe I don't. So I guess I'm just gonna leave. Alright, so claim the remaining spires in the tiers. Broken Spear and Lethian's Crossing. Scarlet Course Troublemaker, Mouth Breather, Nefcio has spent the last year targeting disfavored supply depots. The disfavored have him cornered in a village near Lethian's Crossing. Travel there and subdue him before he breaks through the defensive line and escapes. So that one, I'm probably going to go ahead and do first. Alright, so we're gonna save before we leave, because that was a lot of talking. Like, a lot of fucking talking, so... So there's Cato Village. I'm gonna go ahead and do this first. Side quests. Alright, so I know it automatically saves, but I always like to personally save when I get into a new area. Alright. So we're probably going to end up fighting a bunch of people here, I would assume. Most of Cato's settlers fled as Chorus's forces approached. This home, like most others, has been abandoned. Okay. Yeah, so... Oh... Throw down your weapons, mouth breather Nefcio. And I give you my word that you and your men will be brought back to Ash unharmed. Only to face labor of the executioner's axe. Would Ash just forget about the caravans we hijacked? You think you can just sweep that under the rug? I don't deny that you will answer to Graven Ash. His word is law, and you will find yourself subject to his mercy. The lieutenant barks a fatalistic laugh. I'm already familiar with Ash's mercy. He doesn't tolerate the Scarlet Chorus, no matter if we had a decorated career. I could earn my name 10 times over under the voices of Nerit, and it wouldn't matter to Graven's Ash's estimate. As far as he's concerned, we're just brigands, pirates, and he grudges us for fighting in his war. Debate all you want. You have nowhere to go. Drop your weapons or die here where you stand. Sucks to your options. I have a better idea. He whistles, piercing the silence. Get her, boys. Oh, dude, really? So you're gonna run? Alright, so let's go like this. So we have Horde, 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 and Horde.
Days and
You'll have to hit harder than that.
Okay. So with him... Okay, and then with him... I get to use Fireball for the first time.
Got it.
Fucking Fireball! Frozen Grasp. Go to him. Spectral Blur.
Idiot! What was I thinking?
I mean... Dude, he leveled up quick. Dude, that affects a lot. Dual wield, unarmed combat, dodge, subterfuge, control illusions, control lightning. What actually affects control life? This does, okay. Now, okay, so I need to Lancer revives a fallen comrade. Yes. That seems pretty awesome. I gotta remember when I'm keeping stuff that I'm actually going to sell, it needs to go into my inventory. Oh shit, look at that. Alright, all that shit's gonna get sold. Alright. I actually really like that he went ahead and leveled up. Level up bonus, plus 20% endurance defense, plus 20% will defense. Okay. We'll stay vigilant out here, Fatebinder. He shouldn't have anywhere to run. Alright, let's go ahead and finish looting everything outside first. Okay, I like to just make sure, because, like, yeah. Alright, well, we're gonna run inside and go fuck him up, so... It seems like you level up pretty fast in this game, too. So we have Bloodhound, Mouth Breather, Scarlet Fury, and Blood Chanter. Hooray! Curses, no way out. Hey you, I'm assuming from that look on your face you're not here to help me escape. Turn yourself over to the disfavored and be spared. As if I would ever believe such a lie, I'd just as quickly run my blade through my gut and face a swifter death. But I'll start with killing you.
Heads up.
Okay, so...
We have company.
Let's do this. Why are you trying to disengage, bro?
I will break you!
Okay, you're about to get... fucking shit on.
Am I like cowering in fear or something? Yeah, frightened. Okay, okay. This whole fucking frightened bullshit. Go down to him. Go to her.
I'm on.
Alright, bud. You gotta drink a potion.
Will do.
Fucking die!
I feel... Is that ink? No, wait. It's blood.
There we go. Fucking finally, dude. Oh, he went down at the very fucking end.
Right.
These motherfuckers do not like dying, dude.
Got it.
Alright, so he's maxed out at 10. He only has fucking 2. Where's my actual potions? That puts 8 in his inventory, and she has a 0. So we're gonna do that and that. What does the cheese do? Finesse, athletics, armor penetrated by attacks. Quickness, resolve, 40 armor, removes a random hostile effect. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a couple of fish on her too. Yeah, he went down, so that's so shitty, man. He went down literally as the fight was ending. Like, as the fight was ending, he went down. Okay, para. You can hear the squeals from out here. I owe you my thanks, Fatebinder. No problem, bruh. Alright. So we're gonna go all the way up here. So that way we can rest. To the right of the road, a broad basin opens, tall grass shifting quietly in the light breeze, like the waves on the open sea. A silver ribbon of stream winds across the panorama, making a small group gathered on the water's edge. Approach the group. Espying your approach, the snigglers snatch up their basket and poles and scatter, bolting in 2 groups, each following the river in opposite directions. Their shouts of laughter ride on the wind. Okay, pursue. We're going to pursue upriver. You give chase, crashing through the tall grass after the Haven youth. Despite their head start, you rapidly catch up with the youngsters, grasping one by the collar and another by the wrist. They squirm, trying to break free, but you hold them fast. Interrogate. You demand to know why the children fled you, and it quickly becomes clear that they believe you to be in league with the mercenaries stalking the roads and waterways around Lethian's crossing. Thugs, they inform you, have been quick to rob them of their eels and poles in the past. You assure them you are not in league with these mercenaries, and they appear to be relieved at this detail. Reputation with Lethian's crossing. Once they've calmed, you release the pair before offering them rings in exchange for their catch. At first, they look to one another, clearly skeptical and mistrustful, but their desire for copper overturns their suspicion. The bounty you proffer for the eels they've caught is more than fair. They add the rings to their belt and surrender their basket of snigs. As they take up their poles and make their retreat, you return to the road to continue your journey. Okay. So I'm gonna rest up here, because apparently if you rest in your like tower, you get a bonus or something. So that's the plan. Oh yeah, there you go. +5 parry, +1 armor. +5 to all skills, +5 to dodge until next rest. That's actually pretty slick. Alright, so we're good with Iron Hearth. I guess we're going straight to Sentinel Stand. Take you 2 days, 5 hours, 30 minutes to complete your journey from the Mountain Spire and Vendrian's Well to Sentinel Stand. Alright, hold on. Before I do anything, what is it? Broken Spear. You have returned Akelos at Iron Hearth. You have dealt with the Troublemaker, Mouth Breather. Return to Akelos and tell him you've completed your task. Oh. Subjects of spires. You are correct. There are spires all across Teradus. The exact distribution of these monuments fuels all sorts of debate and speculation, but 2 facts seem commonplace. Most spires are built near old walls. Your mountain spire is a notable exception, and nearly every culture that predates Kairos has some local myth to explain the builders of these spires. I believe the Tiersmen cite the Older Realms as their local name for their spire/old walls architects, but nobody knows for sure. And of course, where Kairos has brought proper civilization, the origin of the spire simply isn't discussed in good company. Here's what I think you need to know. First, the spires behave as arcane lodestones. There's a constant field of magical strength around a spire. If you imagine a mystic sea resting atop the world, the spire seems to spin and churn this magic, creating a spell cast with even modest effort will materialize with powerful results. Second, I'd say most tellingly, Kairos has laws against entering the old walls, but there are no laws against the spires. You could infer from this that means Kairos has no issue with the lay folks messing with the spires, but wishes to keep us safe from the old walls. Or you could think like an overlord and know that if you place a rule against something, you make it forbidden and desirable. Now I find it telling that Kairos forbids the hallways that lead to the spires, but does not paint a target on the spires themselves. Last but not least, as a young Fatebinder, I once had to oversee the case of a man who had built a shrine to Kairos around the base of a spire in the far southeast. I could find no evidence of falsity or slander. His shrine was a most reverent and loving tribute as I've ever seen. At one point, though, this man claimed he had evidence that Kairos was here back in -50. He had merely uttered those words, and my senior binder swung the axe then and there. Being the new girl at the court, I said nothing, but I have long wondered why such a comment would require death instead of traditional removal of the tongue. Ooh, solicit her advice. I appreciate the information. Thank you for sharing. Knowing what you know of my situation, what would you do? Okay. So I gotta go back to Iron Hearth. This allows me to turn in a quest, and then I get to continue going forward after that, so... That whole big-ass cup was full of water this morning. It's almost empty now. Was it Akalos? I have killed the Scarlet Chorus Lieutenant. Indeed you have. 1,700 rings? And well done. One less reason for me to look over my shoulder. Here you go. Fair payment for a job well done. Is this all? These are hardly an assassin's wages. Pleasure doing business with you. $1,700 rings really isn't a whole lot. I hate that they put the merchants way the fuck up here. Show me your wares. So with the Edict of Storms, we have negative 20% range damage and minus 10 accuracy. That's gonna suck because 2 of my people are ranged. That's gonna suck a lot. So what I'm assuming is we're gonna go here, right? To Sentinel Stand, and we're gonna try to kill Dude, and then we're probably grab this spire. Ambush! Your journey is interrupted by the feral howls of a hunting pack of beastmen. Their leader is an impressive specimen, her mane black as night and her body scarred from battle. Of course we're fucking ambushed. Like, yeah, you can't just go anywhere. No, that's not how this shit works, bro. Before you towers a massive creature of fur and flesh, her short black snout snuffling in the air. Kills in shadow.
Know this scent. Stench of blood, sweat, battle, iron and death. Smells like alpha. Smells of strength. But is male.
Beastwoman cocks her head to one side, eyes bright with curiosity and red with fresh blood. Those eyes rove your body up and down, darkening with a sudden heat, with the look that a predator bestows its prey.
Have been stalking human centrail. Have ranged many more than 5 nights through tribe and human territories of Tyr's land, hunting for human called Fate Binder, for human who woke Horizon Rock called Mountain Spire.
That'd be me.
Have hunted hot high, cold low, wet dry. Traipsed far until paws bled, but always human who smelled of alpha evaded beast woman. Had to slink through shadows, fast, quick, without rest to catch delicious prey at last.
She tongues her blade-sharp, discolored fangs and exhales a pleased growl. Your markings must be from the Shadow Hunter tribe.
Binder knows tribes of beast women. Curious human. Male who smells of alpha and knows of Shadow Hunter tribe. Best tribe. Lost tribe of kills in shadow.
Her eyes pin you with lust. The look of a wolf that's found a hare. Kills in shadow, gain average loyalty. Hey, I'm not looking for conflict, I merely want to continue on my way. Slap kills in shadow in the face. Amusing, but I have no time for beasts and their foolish jests. Hey, I'm not looking for conflict.
Beast Woman did not range so far, chasing scent and tracks of Fatebinder, only to step aside and watch human leave Beast Woman behind. Nope, nope. Will not move from way.
Explain yourself. The Beast Woman's nostril flares wide with her eyes brightened with amusement.
No human called Fatebinder. Kairos breeds words on paper. Fatebinder binds words to earth and sky, makes ground tremble, makes night cry, blood and fire.
What would a Beast Woman know of Tunon's Fatebinders? I merely read Kairos' edicts. I am but a vessel for the Overlord's great magic.
Human is not first Fatebinder. Kills in shadow has hunted.
Oh, okay.
Tribes of Kairos fear Fatebinder. Human Alpha claimed Horizon Rock called Spire, and Archons did not kill Fatebinder. Archons rolled over and whined.
That was a nasty sound. And what's your point, Beast Woman?
Kairos hunts human realms to extinction. Rules tribe of blood and ruin, starvation and death. Seeks to slaughter beast women like prey. But beast women are not prey. Are not flighty, feeble-minded humans.
Really, Blackbird? It's her menstrual cycle?
Beast women are savage hunters. Bred to fight Kirut, like Fatebinder, who smells of alpha. Strong always kill weak, then grow weak. Killed is migration of life. But Kills in Shadow is not weak now. Will not be weak for many long seasons. Will join Fatebinder and survive Kairos' tribe.
If you want to join me, it'll have to be as my beta.
Kills in Shadow is not beta. But even alphas submit to stronger-willed primas. Many packs make a tribe. Is this not a thought humans also understand? Beast Woman will follow Fatebinder. Will not dominate. Unless Fatebinder begins to smell weak.
The worst pub I've ever been in was called The Fiddle. It was a violin. Really, dude?
Kills in Shadow will not shelter stone whelps anymore. Scamper, run, flee! Do not want to see shadows lurking, stalking behind. Barb cleft his leader now. Will not like if Kills in Shadow catches sight or scent of stone mongrels again.
Huh.
Right.
I was eating my sandwich. Okay.
can't do that.
I see that Kairos' wrath still tears at the great fortress of Sentinel Stand.
I probably have to go back up that way. Yeah. Okay. Just to make sure that I don't have any sellable shit in here, I need to... I do have sellable shit in there. Okay. Wife says, honey, I have shaved down there, and you know what that means? He says, yes. Means you clogged the drain again, and now I have to spend 2 hours clearing it. Fucking truth, bro. Fucking truth. Never piss off an artist, she can give you blue balls. Oh shit, look at that. Yeah. Sometimes that fucking works immediately, sometimes it doesn't. It's so weird. The moat that once encircled the Sentinel Stand has long since succumbed to the harsh environment. Standing water and... Standing water and patches of moist dirt are all that remains. So... White leather gloves. Take it. Scout straightens as you approach, squinting through the harsh wind. Are you the support that Ash sent out? Yes, I'm Tunon's Fate Binder. What do you think, lackey? Glad to hear it. You can never be too careful out here. I'm half blind from this storm, and you, agents of the court, don't always stand out, no offense. We've been patrolling the outer walls, but there's no sign of the enemy. Either they know not to come here, or they're better at hiding than I credited. Damn rebels shift about like the winds they do. Have you run into any Unbroken recently? More than a fortnight ago, but she dashed off right quickly before we could knock arrows. They're a cautious lot, but cunning. Not even Kairos could have expected them to use the storm to their advantage. Can we enter the fortress? In these winds, I wouldn't venture to try if I had 1,000 shields to guard me. Come take a look and you'll understand. Yeah, I'll be up there in a minute. There's other shit I want to... Whoa!
Look here.
Sentinel Stand Keep was once proud and imposing structure. Now it stands as a mere shadow of its former glory.
Sorry, can't.
Alright, so I can't get up there.
Can't do that.
But... Barrick did level up, so... Wow, his magic defense sucks. Wow, his two-handed weapons are at 100, dude. Alright, so... For each enemy engaging, Barrick gains bonus to any damage it deals. Increases the chance for Barrick's engagement attacks to occur. Root in place, gaining immunity to push and prone effects, and a large boost to endurance at the cost of ability to move. Gain chance to it. Yeah, we're gonna fucking go with that. We're just gonna grab everything as we go down, I assume. Because his last one is deal damage to all enemies nearby. This damage increases for each enemy engaging Barrick. And with this storm going on...
Sorry, can't. Sorry, can't.
With this storm going on, we have less... Ooh, there's a chest right there. We have less range damage, so yeah. Okay. Oh shit, look at that. Nothing has changed. This is the very storm that shattered the Unbroken and disfavored alike. Thank you for bringing me here, Fatebinder. Barrick regards the wind wall and a massive tornado around the inner keep, which is but a distant outline. Stratus Harridan, the last stalwart regent, cowers behind the wall of his castle and won't be able to reach him through the storm. This place brings back unpleasant memories. I'm only interested in one thing, how we get inside. Storm didn't leave much behind. Yeah. A year of brutal weather will do that. Kairos' Edict of Storms devastated the once mighty realm of Stalwart, all but wiping from the map. There isn't much left of the old country, save for the Unbroken and their stubborn pride. You were at Sentinel Stand during the war. Regrettably, the general's daughter and members of her cohort were captured in the second year of the war. By the third, we had tracked her to Sentinel Stand. We knew that the edict was coming, but thought it worth the risk. The battle dragged on longer than it should have, and we got caught in the storm. He sighs. A cascade of sand escapes his shoulder joints. That was the day I woke up encased in this bedamned rust bucket, and why this place brings to mind unfinished business. Couldn't say. The powers fighting over this realm must have some notion, otherwise they wouldn't squabble for control over this blasted wasteland. We should track down someone with answers. Stay vigilant, Fatebinder. Do you hear that? A voice. Almost perhaps a song. You catch an odd sound in the wind, a low moan hidden within a cacophony of swirling dirt and metal debris. The cloud of dust seems to close in upon you. Within them, you see patches of glowing red. What the fuck is that? I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Oh shit. Okay, there's Scourge. And Wisps.
Demonstration of our power seems in order.
Okay, so... Fucking... Fireball, damn it!
I'll take care of it.
Keep your filthy hands off me!
So it kind of seems like melee doesn't do that great against these, and I mean that's to be. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, no, you gotta come over here, and then you are gonna do this.
Not a problem.
Didn't I gain new abilities? No.
I got it. Got it.
I'm just gonna let him do some ranged attacks because he's used most of his spells. Alright, so apparently we're gonna be fighting fucking otherworldly shit. The Bane are gone, their unnatural cries silenced, leaving only the tornado's violence in your ears. As the dust clouds recede, you spot a crouched figure on the wall above.
Fatebinder, look there, atop the walls. We aren't alone.
Ah. Okay, that's weird. That's for sure a fucking chest. So I bet you Janos is going to be able to tell me how to get into... Janos, a soldier kneels behind the ruined parapets. You can tell by his raiment, old stalwart gear, that he's an unbroken soldier. He peers at you with a mixture of caution and curiosity. You handle the Bane well enough, but what brings you to this forsaken place? He pauses as recognition draws in his eyes. You don't look like the typical rank and file of Kairos' army, but you're no son of the stalwart either. He squints at your raiment and takes your measure. No, you're the Fatebinder who broke past the Vendrian guard. I think you'll find yonder wind wall a tougher nut to crack than the Apex Citadel. I'm here to kill Stridus Herodin for Graven Ash. You speak very plainly of your intentions, Fatebinder. Though if you intend on killing this man, I suppose it's acceptable. I'd love to see you reach me without getting winded, metal man. He looks Barrack up and down, sniffing. Have the disfavored abandoned the last of their decorated honor, or did you step out of the scrap tornado? You know what? Don't answer that. Outside of Sentinel Stand, you'll find no love lost for our old regent. I'll be damned if I see a servant of Kairos finish the job for us, though. We've spent the last year itching for the opportunity to put Stridus to the sword. I suggest you make like a storm and blow, because you're not getting inside this fortress. When you report back to your master, tell him that the first scout, Janos, sent you off with your tail tucked between your cheeks. Ooh! Perseverance opened the Sunset Spire. It'll crack Stalwart's little wind wall. He straightens his posture and appraises you in silence. I can say this much. You buy into what you're preaching, and I have to respect that. Plenty of folks have tried to get into Sentinel Stand and failed, but none of them had a spire to call home. Why do the Unbroken hate Stratus Herodin? He's a spineless old man who hides behind his soldiers and doesn't possess any of the values he hammers into others. Oh, sorry. I was talking about Graven Ash. Whew. Okay. Well, with that I had the strength to tear down this wall and kill him myself. Herodin is a relic of the past, and we're looking to the future. We don't have any hope of squirming out from under Kairos' thumb while the old regent enjoys his twilight years, sipping dusty wine and hiding from the war. What can you tell me about the regents? The regents were our royal family. They governed Old Stalwart, protected our borders, and rallied our armies when in need. Kairos' butchers left but one regent standing, and he's as useless as a mustache on a mallet. Do you know anything about Graven Ash's daughter, Amelia? Sorry, I didn't catch that. I'm not too good with names, and your voice isn't carrying over the winds. Never look a gift Grim in the mouth, because he will bite your damn eyes off. Why would I bite the eyes, though? Impertinent scum, climb over that wall and let me beat the truth out of you. What do you know about the Edict of Storms? The storm will continue for as long as Stratus Herodin lives. I wager that we're both keen on stopping the old coward's heart. Though I'll do everything in my power to make sure that you never get any closer to Sentinel Stand than this. What are the Bane doing here? Following some scent of magic. At least that would be the safest assumption. I have a hypothesis that when gathered in large enough numbers, they'll communicate through song, albeit one so shrill we can't hear it. And I'm even thinking, I think I'm even damn it, I think I'm even boring me, so I'll shut up now. Let's see. Don't you know anything? The Bane are drawn to Kairos' magic, like flies around a corpse. This whole region is polluted with the Overlord's reek. Nowhere more so than the wind wall before us. Mind yourself around their claws, Fatebinder. It said that once the Bane have you in their clutches, they never let go. How can I get inside? Sentinel Stand. Throwing yourself into the wind wall comes to mind. Take a few steps inside. See how long it takes for the wind to strip you down to your skeleton. I'd love to stay and chat, but it's high time that I reported on your presence to my superior officer. Be seeing you, Fatebinder, though you might not see me. He ducks behind the parapet and vanishes into an obscurity of the storm. This fucking guy. Damn that vain southern wretch. Radvik spits. The Unbroken know the territory better than us and take every opportunity to flaunt it. What was that scout even doing here? Look, there's a corpse on the wall. Might bear a closer look. I can't tell from here, but I think it's wearing disfavored colors. Fucking Janos. Shattered stone shield. Amelia's battle standard. Ooh, shit. The body has been here a long time, and the storm has long since eroded skin from bones. Tucked away in one of the gauntlets, you find a scrap of distinctive battle standard. That's the general's family crest. Amelia and her unit must have come through here. It seems a lifetime ago that we marched on Sentinel Stand. At least this proves we were on the right track. So close, too. The girl might still be alive out there. He looks to the wind wall with regret. Tell me about Amelia. She was always headstrong. Took after her father in that regard. She also demanded that the Legion treat her like an ordinary soldier whenever possible, though in truth, she was far from ordinary. She's not an Archon like Ash, but she's vicious with a sword, and good with her troops. I sparred with her outside of the Bastard City and almost lost an ear for my troubles. What makes you think she's alive? Ash's protection would keep her standing long after anyone else would have fallen. I don't like to think that what she's endured in her imprisonment, but we can help put it behind her. The disfavored are a hardy folk. A hammer to the skull, a sword to the gut, an arrow to the spine. We don't go down easily. We can march for days without cracking a yawn. Of little else, I could guarantee. But I know this much. The daughter of Graven Ash can outlast any prison. So what are the next steps? Duskwatch Fort is now unlocked on the world map. Ash bade us to bring order to the region, but we need to learn as much about his daughter as possible. I heard tell of an unbroken fort called Duskwatch. One of our soldiers has been imprisoned there since around the time Amelia's unit went missing. I'll wager anything that if we shatter the unbroken defensive, we'll learn about her whereabouts. Alright. Beric is correct. They took Callius captive, supposedly one of the Stone Shields, who traveled with Amelia. You ought to make contact with Osmios, the commander in charge of taking Duskwatch. I'm sure he would appreciate the aid of a Fatebinder. You go on ahead. I need to double back to relay this to Ash. That should raise the old man's spirits, eh? Alright. Dude, more fucking light armor. This is gonna go on her, I assume, because I think I already gave him some good stuff. Yeah. So, yes. Okay. Can I actually go across? No. Damn. There's literally nowhere else I can go right now. Okay, so apparently we're gonna have to come back here a couple of times in order to even get in there, because we have to get rid of the Edict of Storms, which is one of the things that we're doing over here. Soldier by the name of Callius is being held at by the Unbroken at Duskwatch Fort. We know if Amelia is still alive, and if there's a way inside Sentinel Stand Keep, traveling there to speak with disfavored commander. Okay. And then the Trial of Archons still. On the subjects of Spires. Tunon, favor 1. Wait, I meant favor like almost 4. Based on what you've told me, it seems a stretch to believe that these events are mere coincidence or circumstance. Kairos' edict, or execution, was a setup for someone to claim Ascension Hall. I think that Kairos did not know what would happen if is a massive underestimation of the Overlord's long view. You have been thrust into an arena of the mighty. Your options are retreat into obscurity, suicide, or rising to the occasion. I suggest the third option. If I were you, I would use my connection to the spires to see if they will all awaken to my presence. Every tearsman sees spires on the horizon. If they know you are the master of the spires, they will see you each time they look to the sunrise or sunset. Foster a reputation for power, make others fear you. This is what I've seen Kairos and every living Archon do for as long as I've lived, and there's reasons for this. There's the practical case that power and reputation insulate you from threats, but there's the lesser known element that I can't prove, but I know in my heart to be true. The fear and love of others will strengthen your magic. This last part I've inferred from my discussion with the Bleeding Mark. In the few times he has spoken of his gruesome work in slaying those who might rise to threaten the Overlord, he has hinted that it's easier to kill the rogue elements before they become famed and fearsome. In my lifetime, I saw Graven Ash change from an unknown militiaman to a fearsome general, and I can assure you, he did not have the power to shield his warriors in those days when he was without title or reputation. The Archons will never, ever discuss the origin of their power, because such knowledge might be used against them. But I have known all the Archons to be obsessed with the presentation of power. Your connection to the spires will all but guarantee the Archons will want to control and destroy you. It's a question of when, not if. Start thinking and acting like an Archon. As far as I'm concerned, you are an Archon. The Archon of the spires. We are quick to place labels on powers we easily spot. And history is replete with Archons of fire and ice. It is foolish to think that there must be a word for a thing before an Archon can control it. Other way around, the Archons show us what is possible. We must step to their dance. I'm going to ask about Kairos' wrath. Thank you for weighing in on all this task. Perhaps too obvious a question. If I am such an anomaly, such a threat, why hasn't the Overlord dealt with me right away? An edict, or just a simple request to bleed and mark, would be no small threat. Neither seems to have happened yet. What is your take on this? Why hasn't Kairos dealt with me? Alright. So now that's going to take 24 hours to get back to me. Alright, so I have to go to Duskwatch now. Hold shift to issue multiple commands to party members. They will execute commands in the order you've issued them. Okay, so I haven't saved in a hot minute. We're going to save on the primary save. As you can see, Duskwatch is closed off to the likes of us, else I would be taking shelter from the storm. Ah, the Fatebinder of Tunon. Commander Osmios told me that I should look out for company, but I didn't expect anyone from this high up the food chain. Due east of here, our unit gathers its strength to take Duskwatch. Follow me. He glances up at Barrick in sudden bewilderment. You're the biggest stone shield I've ever seen. How do you run around in armor like that? With great effort, but I must keep moving to stave off the rust. My calves have bulged to the size of piglets. Sentry shakes his head to dispel the thought and focuses back on you. Tell me about Osmios. He's been part of the Stalwart camp since I began, so he knows this country like the inside of his helmet, which is damn impressive when you consider how the edict shook everything up. I'd follow him anywhere, including the Eye of the Storm, it seems. What's your mission here? We do what Kairos' Iron Legion does best. We claim the fort and anyone who doesn't cooperate gets put to the sword. Our commander likes to keep orders simple. Osmios mentioned something about a northern prisoner behind the walls of Duskwatch, but I couldn't tell you anything else. I was assigned to scouting duty, not rescue duty. What's the story with Duskwatch? Throughout the war, the Unbroken kept this fort locked up against Kairos' forces. It might not be much to look at, but the folks behind those walls are a spirited bunch. Not even the storm has broken their nerve. I know the commander would say that the Southerner is too ignorant to wipe the grit from his eyes, but the Unbroken have been using the storm against us. And well, you have to respect that. Alright, let's go. Alright, so that's where Osmios is. I'm gonna go check out this this fort for myself. I can get in right the fuck there too.
Sorry, can't.
Even the oppressive rust storms of the Unbroken soldiers remarkably good bow. Okay.
Sorry, can't.
So I can literally run around the entire fucking fort.
You see what I see?
Sorry, can't.
I do see what you see. Ooh, it's a bow. Alright, so this is what we're looking at. So we're going to assault the fort, I assume. The disfavored commander wears his armor over broad shoulders and stands as if he knows it all too well. Graven Ash protects Osmios 32nd Legion. A pleasure to have you join us. Even this close to Iron Hearth, we need all the help we can get. He frowns at Barrack. Still trapped, I see. How are you faring under there, soldier? It is challenging enough to fit food through this stubborn iron bucket. I have gained several hundred pounds of iron and muscle over the last year, and I smell like a mass grave left open to the sun. But I am, for the moment, upright. As you might be able to tell, this fort is a tough nut to crack. The Unbroken aren't too keen on surrendering, and our preliminary attacks have yet to break through. One of the soldiers is wait to break through. One of our soldiers is chained inside Callius, and we'll go to any length to get him out. He glances. Wait, what? Okay. What's your business at Duskwatch? I expect you've come to aid in the war effort, but when it comes to Tunon's agents, it pays not to make assumptions. Standing against the Unbroken will take more than a harsh language. I bring you tactics and experience. Oh. And we are always glad to receive both. The Unbroken have their fair share of hubris, but the more seasoned veterans on our side will be exactly what we need to teach these southern children a lesson. Day and night my forces have battered themselves against the walls, but even the tireless disfavored have their limits. I'm afraid we're out of commission until Ash's Aegis takes the edge off and knits our wounds closed. You look lively enough. What say you help us get Callius out and soften up the Unbroken for execution? Count me in. The Unbroken will
shatter against our offensive? I need answers, not bodies. Killing the Unbroken might not help me. I don't need any help from you. I'm taking the fort on my own. It's not often that I see restraint, but there you have it. In this case, think you can spill some blood without losing sleep. Before you get too excited, your job is to infiltrate the base under cover of night and extract the prisoner. Don't let anyone spot you. If you alert them while inside, you'll be on your own. Callius is a good soldier, and he's been in Unbroken hands longer than anyone should have to endure. You might think him just another stone shield, but Ash holds the lives of his troops in high regard, so we should consider the recovery effort as important as taking Duskwatch itself. There are a few structural weaknesses along the perimeter which should help you sneak in. After releasing Callius, open the front gate from the inside. He flashes you a toothy grin. We'll flood the keep and make short work of Agathon's soldiers. Are you ready? Okay, so found evidence that Ash's daughter passed by Sentinel Stand. Could Callius know more about her disappearance? Amelia, by the north, I have never even considered that anyone in her unit survived capture. If his sanity is still intact after all this time, then it's entirely possible that Callius could tell us something. It's been some time since I allowed myself such optimism. If Callius traveled with Ash's daughter, then we have a chance of taking her back from the southern wretches. Okay. How has Duskwatch stood this long in defiance of your troops? I hate to question the great general or his command, but we've overworked and undermanned. There won't be any additional supplies coming our way until the fort is in our hands, and the Unbroken set up their defenses with a long siege in mind. During the conquest, we pushed through the stalwart defenders like they were old hedgerows, but these Unbroken are a breed apart from the countrymen, and losing the war, all of a sudden, they have something to rally behind. I don't want to say that we underestimated them, but what do you know of the Unbroken? Gang of Tearsmen with delusions of honor. I'm sure they wish their ranks were as renowned and elite as the disfavored. Unfortunately for them, the best they'll ever do is die by our hand or surrender and face hard labor. They rally around someone named Matthias, a low-born stalwart captain of some moderate success. Strangely enough, there's no love lost between the Unbroken and the old establishment, a hereditary bloodline known as the Regents. With that much division in their ranks, I don't know how they hope to succeed. How was Amelia lost during the war? I wish I could tell you. If what you're suggesting is true, then I have no reason to believe it isn't. Then Callius should be able to tell us more about what happened to her and where she ended up. We dispatched cohorts of soldiers to recover her unit, but we had pulled back our efforts when the Edict of Storms hit. Navigating the region became less organized and more a matter of chance. I'm sure that Ash has worried himself sick wondering about his daughter's safety. I have worried as well. The question plagued me even as we marched to recover her unit. Plagues me still. Kairos proclaimed an edict, even though Ash's daughter was missing. With all due respect, Ash's daughter means less than a dented goblet to the Overlord. Kairos is above such matters and wouldn't pause to take the girl's safety into consideration, much less yours or mine. Besides, the great general knew the risks of sending his daughter into battle. He wouldn't let his feelings compromise the war effort. I'm ready, let's go. Eager, are we? Good. Make your move as soon as night falls. Remember to stay out of sight and go for Callius. We'll wait for you to open the gate from the inside, but we can't help you until that happens. Good hunting. Okay. So I wonder, is it just gonna be me? No. So...
will do.
Sneak into Duskwatch. Okay.
You want me to be subtle? Fine.
Oh shit. Wait, who's got the best? What would it be? Would it be subterfuge? Determines a character's ability to move unseen through their environment, to detect and manipulate hidden traps and devices, and to open locked chests and doors. It's also used in dialogue. Okay, so... So Lantry's got the best. Honestly, don't know if I can take him through this section. Alright, so let's go ahead and break this shit down. Oh, fuck. Yep, I kind of knew something like that was about to happen. This is gonna suck.
Take that!
Dude, Barrick is just fucking annihilating these people.
I've got you now!
No, I had an iron ring for every dumb.
Can I rim spike again? Nope, but I can do this. And then with him... I really don't
Whatever
need to
you
do
need.
anything. There you go, come on. And dead. You missed. There we go.
This weapon is entirely worthless! Grovel before me!
It's just the little attacks here
Those
and
words
there.
would cause more harm than this useless weapon.
Grovel before me!
I will aid you.
Right.
I need to try a different weapon.
Oh, I forgot to set up her AI. Yeah, I forgot to set up her AI. What exactly does a war mage do? Default, this will use the widest array of spells. Alright, war mage. Ebb fights offensively. She will focus on dealing damage to low health targets with Grave Strike and Spirit Shot, then finish them off with Return to Source. If enemies get close, then she will attempt to push them away with Repelling Blast. When in danger, Ebb will attempt to Tyranny Gate towards low health foes in an effort to remain offensive while disorienting her enemies. Manipulator. Ebb will use her ability to control the tides of battle. At the start of combat, Ebb will obscure the battlefield with a spray with the party's favor with Mother's Breath. She will then attempt to find high threat targets and focus on using Terradus Grip and Terradus Call and Mother's Embrace on them. If enemies get too close, she will use her Repelling Blast to push them away. If Ebb is in real danger, she will retreat to the cover of an ally with Terradus Gate if possible. So we're gonna War Mage it. And yeah, so we'll save that. Alright. Small pile of rust have built up on the top of the barrels and crates. Okay. Bronze spear. Oh, hey, what do you got? Swig of Insight. 15 defense against spells for 120 seconds. So, that was the captain that we killed. You know what? Fuck it. We're just gonna kill the entire encampment. I know I said I didn't want to, but fuck it. I mean, we killed the captain, though, so that happened. Requires subterfuge. And we're gonna end up fighting Watch. How did I fucking know? Let me go ahead and level myself up. Do I want to go defense or leadership? I think I'm going to do leadership for the spell slot. So that should give each of these guys... Yes, look at that. Boom, 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 boom. Now I can make more spells.
I'm getting too old for this.
I'm getting too old for this, he says.
Hey, nobody saw that, right?
I think I have, the other dude focused on channeling life
nobody saw
stuff.
that, right?
I'll omit that from the record.
Graven Ash protects.
That phantom bolt, though.
On the lookout.
Light leather gauntlets.
Will do. On it.
He just gets fucking completely
I
stunned.
had an iron ring for every dumbass mistake of mine.
Ooh. Fucking threw a spear and made dude go prone.
Can't do that.
Why can't you do that? Alright, let's check our gear real quick. Heavy armor. Nope. That's gonna get sold. 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 That's light armor. Sold. 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 This will go down here. And that's light armor again. Sold. Who needs... yeah, he needs 2 potions. Light armor leather. I have to wear all heavy armor, so... okay, yep. Everything in his inventory is getting sold, so... alright, stone shield callus. This bound soldier looks to have endured a recent and vicious beating. Though most of his bruises have progressed to the later stages, he looks up at you with tired resignation. If you're here to kill me, get it over with. On your feet, I'm with the disfavored. No sooner do you untie the man than he grabs your wrist, hard enough to cut off your circulation. I'll not fall under some unbroken trick. You won't get me to talk with this mockery of a rescue. Callius, Barrack shakes his head. The poor man is mad from imprisonment and torture. I've seen it happen, though never to a good Northman. Take back your arm and punch him. Graven Ash protects. His eyes widen and he releases you immediately, nodding with gratitude. Graven Ash protects. I had lost hope that this day would ever come. He rubs his wrist and regards you with respect. This fort is still controlled by the Unbroken, and I'm in no shape to fight my way out. I'll take it there are other soldiers outside the walls. If you open the gate from the inside, letting in reinforcements will give us the opportunity we need. Very well. Well, actually, I have questions for you first. We can compare war stories when the Unbroken are all dead. Get going before they get wise to the plan. I know for damn sure I'm gonna have to kill the people up front. So.
Your days end here!
Shit. Fuck me, dude. Oh, okay. I was like, what the fuck? Why is this not working? That was all my fault.
On it.
Doesn't he have an illusion spell?
Await my signal. Good work.
He has a healing touch himself, man. Attack that one. You're kind of on your own right now.
No.
Hit it with that rim spike. Damn. Dude, now IMDb is making show called IMDb. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I saw it on my Amazon thing last night that IMDb actually had some of their own TV series stuff. And I was like, dude, what the fuck?
By your command. Oh, I'm enjoying this a bit too much.
Yeah, everybody and their mother is coming out with a TV service now. And they all expect you to fucking buy their service.
I did that?
Fucking $15 here, $15 there. Like, it's ridiculous. Never seen it. Ayo, scavenger's mask. I don't think she's got any armor on. Four slash armor, 12 crush armor, 6 frost armor. I lose main armor, so I ain't touching that. Let's open this shit. Beat Agathon and the other Unbroken. Fly routes outlined on the map. Weave in and out of the disfigured terrain. Okay. Leather buckler. Parry 26, endurance 4. Wait, dodge is 26. Parry is 7.
I am out of practice, but I'll try.
Okay. Assist the disfavored forces in killing Captain Agathon and the rest of the Unbroken forces. I've already... Oh, I do have to kill everyone. That's dumb.
Another demonstration of power seems in order. Hey! Nobody saw...
I will aid you.
Whap, whap, whap.
My insides burn.
See that? I'm not entirely useless.
Fucking die, dude. Look at Barrick. Let's see, heavy armor. Yeah. Good work, Fatebinder. Let's check on Callius. So I think all that's left in here is some tinder. All right. We've already technically freed Callius, so apparently we did have to kill the entire camp. So Callius, Osmios greets the former prisoner with open arms. Graven Ash told us to seek you out. He shows you great favor. Barrick? Callius squints up at your companion. I hardly recognize you under there. I would say you're a sight for sore eyes, but well, you look terrible. Glad to see you in one piece, Callius. Soldier winces as he tries to stand tall. I'm relieved to see my countrymen again, but give me a moment. I'm still weak from my wounds. Ash's protection has kept me alive, but these Unbroken can be relentless when they want something. Glad to see you alive, soldier. I don't think I got your name earlier. I mean, I'm gonna use the lore. Something in the soldier's mannerism changes. He turns to you with a look of respect. Indeed he does. Were it not for Ash, I would not be alive today. What can I do for you? I'm afraid you find me in poorer condition than I would normally present myself. Who are you? I'm just a stone shield, but I was bound to serve Graven Ash's daughter, Amelia. It was my pride to fight at her side, and my great shame when Stratus, Harridan's forces overpowered and captured our unit. The old regent may be 10 times as stubborn as his people, but he lacks none of their might. I have come to judge you just to get the truth. Oh. That's refreshing. Though the Unbroken have been trying to squeeze the truth out of me so long that it's strange to offer anything but a well-placed fuck you. At least you seem the trusting sort. Amelia didn't die on the field that day. We were both taken prisoner, but I was moved here and made to suffer. The edict hit shortly after, and I assume stemmed any effort to recover us. If Stratus isn't a fool, then he's keeping her alive as a hostage for some future negotiation ploy. By Kairos, this confirms everything my legion fought for. She survived capture. That means there's a chance. I have it from Ash personally that he's felt a connection to his daughter. He frowns, in fact. It grows stronger for some reason. You have your orders, Fatebinder. The General demands that we take Sentinel stand, recover Amelia, and put an end to these storms at last. The General's feelings aside, how can we be sure that Amelia is alive? How do the Unbroken intend to get inside Sentinel stand? Did you overhear them? I overheard a lot from my pen, even saw the Unbroken leader, Matthias, a few weeks past. Matthias had the others convinced that some old stalwart artifact would help resist Kairos' storms. He planned on using it to let the Unbroken pass the wind wall and enter Sentinel stand. Artifacts are a strange business, but the Unbroken dedicated enough resources to the task of finding one that I would take it to heart. Just tell me where Matthias sent his forces and I'll be on my way. He dispatched a large number of soldiers to Rust Canyons. He wouldn't have depleted Duskwatch of its defenders unless he believed in what he was doing. That's the best news I've heard in some time. There are plenty of disfavored operating in the area around Rust Canyons, and it's only a matter of time before they overwhelm our enemy. He nods to you. Report to Graven Ash and Iron Hearth and tell him of the situation. He will need to know what is happening here. Both sides make for Sentinel stand, but one of our commanders is in the area already. He can hold the line while you speak with Ash. Okay, cool. Bum bum bum. So I have to go and sell all the shit that I just picked up too. Basically, this guy who used to work for the good guys gets like screwed over hard. Wait, what? Builds a team of criminals to help him get revenge, and they turn out to be very good at it and start a legal company of revenge for hire. That's different.
Though the building dirt and rust kicked up by the Edict of Storms, you make out the shifting silhouettes of a small group ahead of you. Appearing lightly armed and armored, the group pulls 2 carts in their wake. They haven't noticed you through the maelstrom. Hail them. Wary of your presence, the travelers halt when you hail them and await your approach. Their emaciated faces make it clear that hunger has left them weak. One step forward to explain that they're scavengers from the old stalwart, hoping to trade their hull in exchange for food for their families. A glance at their goods reveals they're carrying remnants of bronze and iron arms, likely scrounged from the blade grave. The leader of the group, head bowed deeply in deference, asks if they may pass. Escorting the travelers, you lead them through the ragged waste of the Blade's grave. Broken border. They thank you profusely for your assistance, swearing to spread the word of your fairness to others in Stalwart. Their leader shows her appreciation with a few pieces of scrap before the group continues to march their way through the Edict of Storms. So I got 2 bronze ingots for it. I mean, 2 of something's better than 0 of nothing, so I should have confiscated their goods. That'd have been a dick move, though. You taking a nap? Huh? Yeah. Yay, now we can actually sell our shit. Pleasure to see you again, Fatebinder. Show me your wares. Sell, 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 sell. Fucking sell it. We're finally making some monies. Oh, look, we got a Archon Grimster. Allow me to address you by such title before it becomes fashionable to do. I pride myself as a woman who stays ahead of the trends. Why Kairos smites some but allows others to exist is a question we all ponder. The Overlord can certainly appear arbitrary, and if I've learned anything, that's the point. Kairos is intentionally aloof and distant, both for matters of personal security and because if you had to wrangle the most powerful entities of Teradus, you'd need to keep them from getting too comfortable. To me, the most obvious answer is that Kairos knows exactly what you are doing. She probably approves of your actions and is likely working at every opportunity to create a situation wherein you are acting in your own self-interest while satisfying her ambitions as well. You have to consider one important detail. There's nowhere left in Teradus to conquer now that the Tears are in the Overlord's grasp. What would the great generals even do in a time of peace? The voices of Nerit is barely tolerable when you have need of a spy master. Why keep around such a monster when you no longer have need of such a gruesome weapon? I would argue it is in Kairos' interest that the Tears be a costly invasion that claims the lives of as many of the Archons as possible. Not enough to meat on the Tears to keep too many sharks sated very long. Not enough meat on the Tears, okay. Kairos ordered everyone to take Ascension Hall or die. The or die must have been an acceptable option, correct? If I had to hazard a guess, I'd say you have the unspoken backing of the Overlord. It's not like Bleeding Mark can't find you whenever he wants. Inquire about Bleeding Mark's killings. Your wisdom on the matter is greatly appreciated. You made mention of Bleeding Mark and his killings. During my training, Fatebinder Callio hinted that much of Bleeding Mark's work involves killing off threats before they blossom into genuine problems. So it's curious to hear you second that fact. So let's say, for the sake of argument, I am some Archon. Is it just a matter of time until Bleeding Mark is sent to kill me? Should I be making grand displays of loyalty to the court to yeah, fucking whatever that word is. Really wish more shit was voiced, man. Fatebinder, it's good of you to report in. These days, it is difficult enough to judge friend from foe. I am pleased to recognize you as the former of the two. After what transpired at Vendrian's Well, the disfavored must hold fast to our allies. You are here because of your support at the siege, but I don't mistake your confidence for devotion. Scarlet Chorus would not have you. Here to serve the disfavored and stop this civil war. You can convince me that I made the right choice. Tunon is my master, and he stands above your petty squabbles. With Tunon's claim laid over you, I cannot grant you a seat of honor at the disfavored table, but in service to my legion, I warrant you can accomplish more than your humdrum legal proceedings in the adjudicator's court. My search for Amelia takes me to Rust Canyons. I'm pleased to hear your progress. Rust Canyon was once a verdant pass for travelers, and one of many choke points on the way to Sentinel Stand. Now it's merely a garbage heap infested by rebellion. I confirm that Amelia's unit was taken by Stratus Harridan's troops. Damn, that corrupt inbred of a regent. If his death were not required to end the Edict of Storms, I would take pleasure in breaking him on the rack myself. I was devastated when Amelia's cohort vanished. A father's dread is not so different from a general's, and in my case I am twice cursed to suffer the pain of her absence. Still feel her absence, it grows stronger even. So I know that she lives, but I fear for her safety all the same. The Unbroken are seeking artifacts. That does not make sense. With no means to kill Stratus Harridan from outside the Sentinel Stand, the only chance of breaching the wind wall would be through an artifact's power. Oh, that does make sense. Okay. The trouble is, the number of artifacts scattered about the realm is anyone's guess. And I couldn't tell you which of them could get the job done. If these rebels are committed to the task, it's possible they know of something more. I believe it was the custom of each of the regions to travel with some artifact in their possession. With all but one of their polluted bloodline killed during the conquest, the Unbroken are likely seeking a corpse among thousands. A fool's errand, but not an ignoble one. The Unbroken leader is named Matthias. Matthias, I have not come across his name, but yours is the most recent intelligence we've dredged from the region, so I can well believe that it's true. Okay. Whatever he calls himself, this upstart should be killed to set an example for his would-be army. Should you come across him, I expect his head to topple from his shoulders in good order. Okay, I received word that my disfavored have cleared a path through Rust Canyon that should prevent rebels from entering or leaving the area. You should make contact with Theodore, the lieutenant in charge of the attack. He will guide you from there. Alright. Okay. Okay. I need a fucking break, man. There's just too much reading. So much reading throughout the day. Like, my throat is getting sore, so I'm gonna stop there. Z, are you starting up today? I have to, like, I can't run 6 hours of just non-stop talking and reading. That's like fucking my shit up, so I have to take that breather. Okay, well go ahead and start up if you don't mind, man. I gotta take a break, dude. It's a lot of reading, dude. It's a lot of reading. It's nonstop, so it's kind of one of those, like, you have to
you know, take a break every now and again. And I can't go for another hour. I need more drink. My throat's like drying out. But anyway, so Tyranny is just reading. It's lots and lots of reading. So if you guys play it while not streaming, it wouldn't be so bad. But while you're streaming, you have to read everything. That's the bad part. So, yes. Cutting it an hour short 2 days in a row sucks, but it's got to be done. Like, I have to take a breather. So, anyway, guys, that was that. That was day 2 of that, or day 3 of that. I don't fucking know. Day 3? Yeah, day 3. So, anyway, we'll continue it tomorrow morning at around 9. What is today? Tuesday? I think it's Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday. So, continue it tomorrow at around 9. I will catch you guys then. I do appreciate you guys hanging out. Catch you tomorrow morning, man. It's just a ton of reading, dude. Ton of reading. Well, okay then. Well, guys, Xantan will start up soon, so as soon as he starts up, man, make sure you guys get over there. I appreciate you guys. I will catch you guys tomorrow. There we go. Fucking finally. All right. I'll catch you guys later, man. You guys are awesome.